it is. Good evening, everybody. We have a group of voting commissioners, quorum, and I have 6:32.
Is this mine?
I will open up tonight's
This is mine?
Conservation Commission meeting for Thursday, June 27th, 2024, in Quiet Meeting Room, Mashpee Town Hall, 16 Great Neck Road North. Our meeting is being broadcast live on local cable channel 8 and streamed live on the Town of Mashpee website. Before we begin, if you would like to join me in a salute to the flag, please do. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Before we begin, I'd like to take a moment of silence in remembrance of the recent tragedy that we just had here in Mashpee, the loss of life and injury, and all of the family members and friends that are dealing with such a horrific event. Thank you. Okay. I will start with public comment, and this is for anyone from the public that would like to comment on anything to the commission that is not listed on our agenda this evening. So if somebody is here to address the commission on other matters.
It's on the agenda.
It's on the agenda.
Yes.
Okay.
So I'll wait for that.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else? No? We're good? Okay. I'm going to forego the pre- and post-hearing agenda items right now and go right to our first hearing. We did get a couple of minutes late start here.
Mr. Chairman, can I
Yes.
just make a note to reiterate what I have told you separately? I will be leaving at 8:40.
8:40.
I must see the debate. Some of you might want to see it, some of you might want to avoid it. However, I wanted to give you a heads up. So you'll have a quorum. I think you will have a quorum.
We have a quorum.
Yes, we have a quorum.
Sarah's online as well.
Kelly's online?
We're good. Yeah.
Okay, so I won't be rude and just leave. I'll tell you now ahead of time.
Thank you, Marjorie. Now calling the 6:30 hearing for 11 Waterline Drive North. Craig and Mary Beth Chaffee, proposed removal of existing deck, construction and maintenance of porch, second-story balcony and addition. Title 5, IA Microfast System Associated Clearing, Grading, Landscape, and Utilities. Representative is Cape and Islands Engineering, and this is an RDA. Good evening, sir. Can I have your name for the record?
Good evening, Mark Dibb, Civil Engineer with Cape and Islands Engineering, representing Craig and Mary Beth Chaffee for an RDA for 11 Waterline Drive North. I'll just go through this quickly. It's an existing single-family home. The entire lot is within the AE flood zone, base flood elevation 11. It is also within approximately 100 to 110 feet of a coastal bank to the west across the street. Across Wheelhouse Lane. There is a portion of the site in that 150-foot buffer. Tonight, there's basically three things proposed. On the north side of the building, just the highest part on the page, is a proposed second-floor balcony over an existing deck. So it's up in the air by way of elevation. Technically, it's above the floodplain. Really no impact to that. There's also a proposed porch on the southerly side of the house. Again, it's a porch on, it'll be on two posts as well as connected to the building. Really will not take any additional flood storage or any kind of particular impact to the floodplain. It'll mostly be over an existing deck already, as well as over a gravel walkway. There's a little bit of grass it'll cover. And lastly is an upgrade of the septic system, which has been sited just in a lawn area To the southwest, we're actually trying to avoid, I believe, every tree that's over in that area by kind of centering it between a couple oaks to the southeast, as well as a couple oaks to the southwest or westerly side. And we even noted trees to be protected during construction. We would hope the work for that septic system could avoid all the trees, as well as that new system would have an IA septic system as part of the project. We believe the project will essentially pose no additional impacts to the site, and we've requested a RDA for the property. If you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer.
Thank you. I will open it up to commissioners first for questions that you might have.
Pretty straightforward. So did you say yet to come is the Board of Health and ZBA, but you're on your way?
Correct.
Dan, those reports come back to us anyway. I know it's not within our purview, but they come back to us, right?
The reports
Yeah.
from the Board of Health and the ZBA,
Yeah?
they don't always come back to us, but they will be caught up on when it comes to the building permit being issued, because every department has to then approve their own. So we'll be able to see from that point if everything was approved on buildings or, zoning or on Board of Health.
Okay, great. That's all.
I have a question.
Sandy?
I noticed on the design, little block here, it says it's a 5-bedroom, single family. It's not a 5-bedroom right now, correct?
Correct.
So there's going to be an addition or up?
It is being renovated inside to legally have 5 bedrooms. It could potentially have had 4 bedrooms for years, but those floor plans and things will be submitted to the Board of Health for their review. But that is a new living space above the 1 point. So, once we get to the Board of Health, technically it's going to have 5 bedrooms.
But it'll be a second story on it.
Correct, or just internal addition of a wall somewhere, or I actually have a copy of, I can just double check what I think is being,
It says a second floor balcony. And right now, it's a single level home. So I'm assuming there'll be a second story.
I believe the existing house is, do you have some pictures? Is a 2-story house.
It's a single story.
Is it?
That's what it looked like to me when I was there, but.
It is a single story. It looks like it
It's a
would,
single story.
yeah.
I was on the site yesterday.
Yeah.
2, 3.
So is the
Yeah,
whole
so
house getting
there-
raised up?
There may be some,
I haven't.
there may be some work on the second floor above existing areas.
So is the whole house gonna get raised up?
That's what,
No.
So if you're increasing over, if it's like 50% of the value of the house, right? You have to comply with the floodplain, so is that happening?
There's no indication of this house being upgraded to flood zone, so I do not believe that they're gonna meet that threshold. It'll be something taken up at building permit time. If it does and has to go up, it would have to go up, finished floor would have to go up about 1.5 feet. I think that would be a big enough change. We'd have to come back, but I do not believe this is being brought up to flood code by raising the first floor.
So what's the dilly there? Don't they have to, at some point, have the floor plans, the renovation, come before everyone? That's why I asked you about the Board of Health and the Zoning Board of Appeals, that there's no application for the renovation that's gonna basically double the size of the bedrooms?
Floor plans will definitely go before the Board of Health and ZBA. It's just not typically a requirement of conservation.
No, but with all the new changes on
Yes,
everything,
yep.
you know as well as anyone that the number of fannies that are gonna be in that house have everything to do with your septic requirements.
Correct, yes, and we believe the septic system as sized, even the increase in bedrooms, we've provided nitrogen loading calculations where with the IA system, it should be an improvement for the site based on nitrogen loading calculations.
So in the past, when we've had properties like this, we've had them provide the numbers to show that the renovation isn't gonna be more than 50% of the value of the house. So we could condition that, we could approve it with the condition that the numbers match, or we could continue, or, I mean, we have options.
What was your preference, Alex, to see if we can get the numbers right now?
I hate continuing, so
I
I would like to condition it and just say, you know, if all the numbers match up,
Okay,
and that if they're not gonna have to raise the base flood elevation, and if they can prove that,
yeah,
then with that, I'd be okay with the RDI, but if they need to raise everything, then it's something different.
so that could be a condition that would require that you get the information back to the staff, right?
Yes, it would come to
That's,
us.
that's just as well, we don't need a continuance for that, do we?
You know, or a condition, sorry to butt in, yeah, or a condition
No,
that
you're not.
if the house does require it to be brought to current flood code, we have to just come back.
I will say, if the house has to go to current flood code, you most definitely have to come back for a notice of intent, because you're gonna be, you know, you're gonna be doing the whole thing, so. And also for the 50% value of the, I believe it's the 50%, the 50/50 is of the structure only, not the house, like the frame.
I don't know how they
So,
calculate it, but
no,
as
I'm just
long
saying,
as
for,
they-
for the condition, that's all, just for the condition, so.
Sarah, I'm going to go out to you for questions you might have.
Yes, thank you. Can you all hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, great. I agree with, what I've heard so far. It sounds like there are an awful lot of what ifs that we won't have answers to that could be pertinent to our deliberations. So I would actually like to see this go before the Board of Health and the Zoning Board before we adjudicate on whether or not an RDA is appropriate, just to be on the safe side, especially given the sensitive area that the property's in and the size of the septic system being proposed. So that would be my 2 cents.
Okay. Sarah, I tend to agree, because when I looked at the nitrogen calculations, the lot is stated by Cape and Islands at 15,371. Correct, Mark? Is that,
Yep.
that's a little bit off from what the assessor's card has, but regardless, it's 15 and some change. So to propose 5 bedrooms certainly would require the Board of Health to have a public hearing and grant a variance for flow neutral. You can't have 5 bedrooms on a lot that's less than an acre. So I'm on board with what Sarah's saying. I think we're in the process, I think we're a little backwards here. I would like to see the Board of Health situation ironed out. Quite honestly, when I first looked at this thing, I thought it was more of an NOI than an RDA. You've got an entire septic system going into a floodplain. You've got some porches and decks and other things going on. There's a lot here. But I am not at all comfortable with 5 bedrooms. Yes?
I believe that the flow neutral does not apply to properties that do not have the opportunity to connect to sewer in the future. This is not in one of those sewer phases. It's been a directive from the health agent. I do not believe it applies to this property. Strongly do not believe.
You can say that.
Would we
Anything else?
then, I'm sorry, is it appropriate for me to ask you whether or not this should have to go to town council then for that determination? If they believe that it doesn't apply, and someone on the commission or a majority of the commission believes that it might?
Dan?
That we could confirm with the Board of Health itself.
Okay.
Yeah, I can confirm that like tomorrow or something with the Board of
Okay.
Health, but.
And
yeah.
you'll let us know
Yeah, I can do that.
outside of a meeting?
I would definitely let you know, pending on what happens here tonight.
Yeah.
I don't want to, put the cart before the horse.
All right.
so.
Anything else from commissioners?
Do we need a landscaping plan for the area where the storage is?
There's no trees proposed to be
that's
taken out, correct, Mark?
Correct, yeah, it would just be replaced,
Mulch.
mulch and lawn. It'd just be replaced in kind
Yeah.
with what's there.
I do like that you avoided the trees.
Yeah, I mean, if just gaining some more information, we can just continue. I know we don't like to continue, but if some of these questions could be answered and continue under the RDA, that'd be good. Whatever the board would like at this point.
Anything else? No? I'll
Is
go
there a
to,
date for zoning?
I know their next one's July 10th, but you're not going to get into that. After that, I'm not too sure of their calendar.
Right, okay. I'm sorry.
it's okay. Let me go out to the public for questions that people might have. None? Any closing statements, Dan, that you would like to make?
No. Nitrogen calculations are definitely lower from the existing to the proposed. No adverse impacts to the coastal bank, or foreseen in the current RDA or to the impact to land subject to coastal storm flow. They are minor. I know for the deck expansion, they have to dig into that section anyway to remove, I believe it was the septic tank. Is it the distribution box or something like that? The tie card on the plan shows right there that the distribution box is right under where the proposed deck is. So that will have to get disturbed nonetheless, whether the deck does get expanded or not. So that would give an opportunity, as well as it would be a reduction in hardscape, so you would have more pervious surface on the whole property, though it wouldn't be a huge amount. But I completely understand the concerns when it comes to whether the house is going to be a raise and replace, quite frankly, or whether it's not going to be. And again, that can be confirmed through Board of Health and zoning upon their applicable dates.
Okay, Drew is online. Is there anything that he would like to say?
Yes, so just to reiterate Dan's comments, and that I also understand the concern about raise and replace, and if it's determined at zoning that it is a raise and replace, they will have to come back to Concom. I don't think it's necessary to continue on that basis. They would have to come back to Concom if it was deemed to be a raise and replace. As far as the home additions, the reason it came in as an RDA is because the upgrade to the septic is going to be an improvement to water quality. There is no clearing of native vegetation. It doesn't hit the threshold of 500 square feet of clearing of native vegetation on a lot within land subject to coastal storm flow. So it meets all of the standards under Reg 25. And as far as the additions, they're all going over previously altered areas of the lots, pretty minimal, and that's one of the reasons why we suggested an RDA, because there's really no impact from the proposed additions. There are going to be no changes to flood patterns as a result of those additions, because again, they're going over previously altered areas. So my recommendation would be that the commission move forward with a determination, not continue the hearing, because we have provisions in place, checks and balances through permitize, that no signing off of a building permit will be provided until all relevant boards and committees have weighed in, all regulations have been met. So there are safeguards in place, and I think, because of that, the commission should move forward. Leave it up to Board of Health to determine compliance with the septic system, allow that due process to happen. And I don't see any need to get involved with town council either, because I think this is a really straightforward application. It's a net environmental improvement to the site with the IA system, and I recommend a negative determination.
Thank you. Okay. So there you have it. Unless there's any other questions from commissioners or comments, I would accept a motion.
Alex, the floor is yours.
I don't have a motion.
You don't have a
I
motion?
don't know, what do you, I mean, if we continue it to the next available slot, like, at that point, ZBA and Board of Health will have weighed in.
Right.
But if they weigh in and approve it all, are we gonna deny it and want something higher anyway? So,
I would think, I mean, it was my concern from the beginning that we were missing,
something.
yeah, we were missing something. We're missing the oversight from someone, some commission that would kick off some process to
Right.
deal with the fact that this application only deals with the decks, doesn't deal with what sounds like a much more substantive either renovation or what might turn into a raise and replace, my God.
Right.
That's a bigger thing for the
Right.
Conservation Commission that
Right.
we do have to consider. And even though the BOH has the septic piece of it, and ZBA has another piece of it, we all have an obligation in my world to make sure that everyone's doing their bit. I don't want to make a decision absent that, just assuming,
Yeah,
oh, yay,
yeah,
because they are smart people and they're good people. But if it doesn't make it in the right fashion, then we're still liable as the board. So I'm assuming, Mr. Chairman, correct me if I'm wrong, or Dan, if you know better, that we might be really looking at a continuance
okay.
into making a decision once we get in BOH and CBA at a minimum.
Okay, so that's fine.
Well, a continuance would be at the request of the applicant, not at our request.
Oh, that's right, because we're in a, so, what say you?
When you say feedback or just approval from ZBA and Board of Health, what if the health agent makes a determination that Board of Health approval, a variance or, something that requires board approval, is not needed? Is his feedback or determination adequate to this board? And similar to ZBA, if based on information provided is submitted to the building department and if actual ZBA approval is not needed, is that type of thing sufficient? Or, because I think even July 10th probably, or whenever, I'm not sure when your next available meeting is, but.
We're not meeting on the 11th.
The next one's July 25th and August 8th. So it's
Okay.
a month away from today.
I just want to have the right feedback for you guys when we do come back, so. I'd like to request a continuance to July
25th?
25.
All right, so that'd be July 25th at 6:42.
Good.
I'll make a motion to continue to July 25th at 6:42.
Second.
Okay, so we have a motion from Alex and seconded by Marjorie to continue to 7:25 at 6:42 at the request of the applicant. Any?
Do we need to condition that, Mr. Chairman, to say that we, in the interim, that the staff will make sure that you go back to the Board of Health and the...
Oh, no, we'll get everything back.
You'll
on the
do
25th.
anything, we
No,
don't
well,
need...
that'll be
That
on.
was the rationale
Yeah,
for
that'll
the
be on there.
continuance.
Yeah.
Right.
All right.
Any further discussion before I take a vote? Zara, you all
I
set?
do have a question.
Yes.
So I just want to make sure, because I know there was discussion on ZBA and you wanted to have them go through ZBA first, but in the bylaw, it only requires that they submit an application for a ZBA hearing. So I just wanted to get clarification for the benefit of the applicant. Are you asking that they actually get ZBA approval? Because that's not required under our bylaw, only submission of an application for a hearing before ZBA.
What they were looking for is additional information about the extent of the renovations to the building itself. I don't think the commission is interested in listening to a determination by the ZBA. They're looking for additional information.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Anything else? Okay, roll call vote. Alex?
Yes.
Marjorie?
Yes.
Sandy?
Yes.
Sarah?
Yes.
And I vote yes as well. Motion carries.
Thank you,
For
sir.
those of you that are in the audience, Richard is an associate commissioner and only votes if we need his vote to sustain a quorum. So I'm not just passing over him intentionally. Thank you. Okay, give me a second to clear this off. Now calling the 6:33 hearing for 135 Daniels Island Road, New Seabury Marina LLC. Proposed marina expansion and improvement dredging. Representative is Ty and Bond Incorporated. This hearing is continued from 4/18, 5/9, 5/23, and 6/13. It is a notice of intent, DEP file number 433283. Good evening, gentlemen. If I can have your names for the record, please.
Yeah, good evening. My name is Ryan Kavanaugh from Ty and Bond,
Dan Charamickley with Ty and Bond.
Thank you.
and we're here on behalf of the New Seabury Marina. Chris Burden and Brian Lewis are in the audience tonight. You can go to the title slide. So yeah, like I said, we're here to talk about the New Seabury Marina in Mashpee at 135 Daniels Island Road. And before we get going, I just wanted to say that tonight we're not presenting our original submission, we're presenting the revised submission. I know that the first one had a lot of feedback, especially from the harbor master. He responded rather quickly. And we're still working with him to make sure that what we're presenting is what he's okay with. And I believe he requested to not provide comments yet until we go through waterways on July 10th.
Correct.
And so just for everyone's benefit, we're not seeking approval tonight. We're going to seek a continuance until we can meet with waterways. We reached out initially, and they were rather hard to get a hold of, which is why we haven't gone in front of them before. So we will be looking to continue until after we get feedback from both the harbor master and waterways. I'm assuming the commission would appreciate that as well. And like I said, we're looking forward to receiving feedback tonight from everybody. So just a little bit about the existing site. We have 40 slips ranging from 20 feet to over 40 feet between two floating docks, one on the north and one on the south, as well as a boat ramp all the way on the north of the property next to the bridge, and a little pier and a fueling dock next to the boat ramp. Both of the floating docks are accessed via the timber piers currently that extend over the salt marsh from the upland parking lot. Go to the proposed, the next slide, please, thank you. So the proposed marina plan, I'd like to start by saying that the goal of the realigning these floats is to increase safety. Currently on site, the fairway, which is the distance between the boats, is rather narrow. And so by realigning the two floating docks, we're actually increasing that fairway distance with the intent of safety for the boaters using the marina and the people, in and around it. So like I said, we're going to be realigning the two floats. We're going to be moving the southern float more to the south and a little bit at an angle, and we're going to be moving the north float also a little bit south and at a little bit of an angle.
Who has the cursor here? Do you have the cursor?
I think Dan does.
Can you just show me which ones he's talking about as he's sort of?
Sorry, north is up.
This one.
Well, I
in this
know.
case.
So, yeah.
Oh, thank you so much. I really appreciate that.
I didn't know.
No, I'm looking,
I
I don't know where you're saying that you're gonna move what to where.
So the north floating dock is going to be moved a little bit south and a little bit angled. And then the southern floating dock is going to be moved the same way towards the southern end of the property.
So where's the north one gonna be angled to?
This is
Whoever
where
has-
it's going to be angled to.
Do you want me to go back to the existing?
No, I just want, do you have a cursor?
Oh, it's on PowerPoint. I can't show it. I'm sorry.
Oh, you
I
can't.
just noticed that
Oh,
now.
okay.
So,
Oh, sorry.
A
So,
PowerPoint is,
oh, thank you.
Matt, Eddie to the rescue.
thank you, sir.
Thank you. So the north dock, the existing, it comes out like this. And so we're going to be rotating it just a little bit to the south. And the south dock comes out kind of like this. and then we're gonna be moving it all the way down here to try to increase this distance here to make it easier for boats to navigate in and around the floating docks.
But they'll still remain the same parallel that they're at now?
They're gonna look like this. This is, could you go back to the other slide, Dan? Thank you. And then could you go back to the, just a quick, oops, sorry.
How would I go? You can see it much better on
The next one?
this
Well, I
one here,
just
because you
saw- I
can see
just
the
saw it.
overlay.
Yeah, this
Yeah.
is a good one too.
Yeah.
So in addition to realigning the floats, which I think is much more clear on the satellite, we're gonna be adding a slight extension. I think he died. Oh, there it goes. We're gonna be adding a slight extension to the fuel dock to make it easier for some of the larger vessels to berth here. I
Okay.
think right now their sterns stick out a little bit past it, and so it can be a challenge depending on which way the tide's moving. But it is tucked in behind the bridge abutment here. And so overall, we're gonna be losing one slip. We have 40 right now, and the proposed has 39. And we're losing this slip, like I said, to make room for these boats. It's just to make everything easier to navigate in and around the marina.
Bringing you to what total?
39 slips.
39? And you're at 49?
We're at 40.
So you're, okay.
Let's see.
Thank you.
So the north dock is going to be about the same location, as you guys can see here, as the existing float. This south dock is going to get moved a little bit closer to the channel, as we have it marked here. It's kind of an approximation. It's not the, channels move over time. This is kind of an approximation. And so the southern floating dock is going to get closer to the channel. Let's see. Could you go to the next slide, please?
Yep.
In addition, we're proposing a little bit of dredging, about 210 cubic yards, about 4,690 square feet. That is going to really be concentrated underneath this southern floating dock. And we need to dredge in order to move the float here to increase the space between the floats, like I said before. And we're going to be dredging, we have a line right now 25 feet from mean low water, which was a recommendation from DMF to try to avoid the salt marsh. And by going to low water, we're giving the salt marsh an even greater buffer. I think it varies between 27 and 35 feet across this intersection here. In addition, I glossed over this before, we're going to be adding a zone of reconfiguration, which is this thick black line around the floats. And then the next slide, please. So just a couple of the highlights of things I talked about already. These are the resource areas located on the site. Land subject to coastal storm flowage is going to be upland, and the only impacts to that would be through construction if they have to access the site by land. There is a little bit of coastal bank set back behind the piers. There's salt marsh, as I discussed earlier. I believe the entire area is considered land containing shellfish, which also makes it land under ocean in this case. Like I said before, we're decreasing our slip count. We're increasing the float area by approximately 995 square feet from the 4,965 we have right now. And the dredging area is going to be 4,690 square feet, 210 cubic yards, and we're going to be dredging to -6 to make room for the boats and the floating docks to make sure we have adequate clearance between the bottom of the boats and the mud line. And then we're going to be decreasing the pier area over the salt marsh by about 216 square feet. So now to talk about a little bit of the revisions that we had before that are different from the original submission to this one. We're going to be utilizing the existing piers in this submission instead of the new ones. If anyone looked at the original application, we had 2 new piers and one was in a different place and we were affecting the vegetated buffer zone, and there's going to be a lot of replanting and everything. We decided that that was not in the best interest of the resource areas or the marina. So we decided to utilize the existing ones as they stand today. We trimmed back the fuel dock extension away from the bridge and the channel from 30 feet down to 10 feet. We have a decrease in slip count. The original proposal was 43, and now we're at 39. And like I said earlier, there are going to be more changes expected as we meet with the harbor master and the Waterways Commission. And that is all I have. So thank you, everybody.
Thank you. Dan, did you want to say something, or?
Just here to answer questions if anyone has any.
Okay, great. All right. I'll turn it over to commissioners first for questions, comments. Anything else? Yes.
I will say, from his perspective as a safety, I have my boat comes out of there every spring, and I only have a 27-foot boat, and there are some larger boats in there.
Yep.
And if it is a strong wind, it's very tight, and it's tough to get in and out. So from a safety standpoint, those
It's an
docks
improvement.
being moved will improve it.
Yeah. Good. Anything?
No, I think I'd like to wait and see if we've got any comments from the audience.
Okay. Sarah, I'm going to come out to you if you have questions or comments.
Thank you, Paul. I do. I just had a couple of questions regarding the shellfish habitat. That's an awful lot that's going to get impacted by the proposed dredging, and I wonder if there's a natural heritage map, the work you're doing with the Chapter 91 and Harbor Master, and also the local shellfish constables or warden.
I believe the NHESP map was submitted with the NOI, and if I recall correctly, I don't remember there being any special considerations outside of shellfish.
Okay, thank you. I apologize, I didn't see it in the packet.
No, it's all right. I would like to note that in dredging and in instances that I've seen recently, some commissions have approved raking the area for shellfish before dredging and relocating them to another area. So that would be part of our construction protocol as well.
Good to know, thank you.
Anything else?
No, I think along those lines, I would just want to see, and the harbor master still has to weigh in with waterways, right? You were saying?
Correct.
Just compensation for shellfishing, and I think, I mean, if there are shellfish there, sure, you can move some, but I also think you should reseed the area. If you're going to be dredging it, they're just going to help you keep it cleaner. And if they've survived with everything being turned up as it is there, then I would like to see more put back. That's.
Did you give the timeline on this?
Timeline as far as construction?
Yeah.
There's still a pretty lengthy permitting process after we go through the local commission, we go to the state for Chapter 91, and then Army Corps would need to weigh in on this, and their review times are upwards of a year at this point. So that would be after we submit the application, which would be after we get the order of conditions. So at this point, I'd say maybe 2026, usually fall because of the time of year restrictions. So we'll say fall 26.
So there's going to be plenty of time for feedback, particularly for abutters and for folks who are close by and or folks who are either using the marina or
Yeah, of course.
contemplating it. Great.
Sandy, anything? No. Okay. Then I will go out to the public. If there is anyone who would like to address the commission or make a comment. Dan, we had some letters, did we not, from
Yes.
abutters? Are those in the packet? Do I have those here? Let's see them. Oh. Because I know there were some here at the last meeting, but we didn't open the hearing,
Yeah, they're not in here now, I don't think.
and they had submitted.
I got a couple. Did everybody get a couple by email?
We get
There were a couple that were sent.
You get so much stuff, I know you do. I just want to make sure, it doesn't have to be tonight,
I didn't-
because we've
I
got
didn't
plenty of time,
isolate
but
those. I thought the people would be
I
here.
know.
Yeah.
I know that there are a couple floating about. It would be nice if we
Yes.
had copies of all of them.
We don't have copies right now, apparently in the binder, but that will be, since you are requesting continuance, that will be heard, not
Yeah.
heard, but that will be mentioned. in the
Drew
next
sent
one.
me the letters already. I
He did,
believe the
okay.
You
biggest
have
issues
copies.
were navigation and safety, and then I believe one was in a butter that was not notified, I think. if
Yes,
I
there was that.
Yeah.
They know now, that's
Okay.
for certain. But yeah, most of the concerns were 100% navigation. As everyone knows, it's tight quarters there currently.
Very tight.
So that was the concern there, and with the original application, with that plan, their concerns were elevated because of the extra stuff that was being put on for the, so, but the new plan shows to reduce that, and again, they have to have a meeting with the harbor master and the waterways, so more of a direction after that.
Okay. Drew,
Yeah,
is
and
it,
we did submit those abutter comments directly to the representatives, so they're aware of those concerns, and I think it's, makes sense, seeing as this is going to be continued for more information and feedback on navigational concerns, that can be addressed at the continuance date.
okay. All righty.
That'd be great.
What do we have for a schedule?
So for schedule, we got July 25th or August 8th.
I think we'll do August 8th, please.
Perfect.
I think the deadline for the July 25th one is pretty close to the July 10th meeting we'll have with Waterways, so
Right.
August
Yes.
8th will give us more than enough time.
Okay.
What time's that, 6:40?
That'll be 6:30, first one.
All right.
8/8 at 6:30 PM. I would accept a motion.
I'll make a motion to continue until August 8th at 6:30.
Thank you, Alex. Is there a second?
Second?
Thank you, Marjorie or Sandy or both. Motion made and seconded. Any further questions, discussion by commissioners before I take a vote? Hearing none.
I do have a quick question.
Yes, go ahead.
So I just want to make sure, because I know it's being continued for navigational concerns, but do the commissioners have any other concerns about what's been presented as far as dredging and reconfiguration of the marina?
Yeah, I'm concerned with the dredging.
Can you make that known to the applicant what the concern is?
I want to see more of it, more of an explanation and hear what Waterways has to say. And I want them to compensate for shellfish.
So the shellfish constable did submit comments that he's not recommending a shellfish mitigation fee because based on his assessment of the area, it's not viable shellfish habitat. So he is not recommending a shellfish mitigation fee. But whatever conditions the commission feels is appropriate is fine as far as shellfish. But Division of Marine Fisheries, when they map these shellfish habitats, it's based on a GIS overlay, and they heavily rely on the local authorities to provide input on what the actual conditions are in terms of shellfish habitat. And so our shellfish constable, Chris Avis, did provide his feedback and doesn't recommend a shellfish mitigation fee.
Sure, so if there are shellfish on site when they do the work, I would want them to not only be relocated, but to be, that area to be reseeded. So that will be further discussed at the continued date.
Remove and reseed. We don't have the comments of the shellfish constable on our,
No, because it was the harbor master was requesting continuance, so
They're
they'll all
holding
be, oh, sorry, yeah, they'll all be on that.
okay.
So, I will add one thing. I was gonna catch up with you just for the plan wise. You can see here the salt marsh is being affected, and that is being done by the water running along the sides of each of the piers. So you can see that here, there's actually about 1.5 foot tall edge right there that just the water's beating off, and you can see it right into the salt marshes on both of those piers. So if there's anything that could be done to divert the water into the bushes or French drain style, something that can just make that erosion stop, mainly just for the survival of the salt marsh. Because as you can see, this salt marsh here is jetted out into the water, and then along the edges over here, it stops. So you can see that I'm trying to keep that lower salt marsh intact, basically.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right. And also for the panels on the gangways and the piers, they have to be 50/50 sunlight penetration. Right now, they're just, the 2x12s. So for anything new going there, they do have to be 50/50. I didn't see an overview on the plan, just a side profile of the piers and the gangway. That's the only reason I'm mentioning it.
Okay. Even though we're just trimming the piers, you'd still like to see the deck replaced?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Okay. Nothing else? I'll take a vote. Alex?
Yes.
Marjorie?
Yes.
Sandy?
Yes.
Sarah?
Yes.
And I vote yes as well. So motion carries. We will continue to August 8th at 6:30 PM.
Thank you for your time.
Thank
General question, does anybody know if there's going to be, the harbor master is waiting for the Waterways Commission in order to make his final recommendations? Do we know what the date is of that?
July 10th, and they were all meeting there together, the Waterways Commission and the Harbor Master and the representatives.
Everybody.
Yes.
So by the time they come back for their,
Yeah.
Oh, they'll have more, they should have more than enough time to
We'll
submit
we'll have
revisions and work
everything.
on it, yeah.
Gives you a month,
it'll
pretty
just make
much.
it smoother, you know, so that we don't have to keep doing herky-jerky back and forth.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
No worries.
Moving along, 6:36 hearing for 53 Greenwood Road, Brian and Elizabeth Rutana, trustees, Brian and Elizabeth Rutana Trust. This is a proposed raise of an existing single-family dwelling, construction and maintenance of a new single-family dwelling, new Title V microfast septic tank, and appurtenances. Representative is Cape and Islands Engineering. This is a notice of intent, DEP file number 433296. Good evening again.
Good evening, Mark Dibb with Cape and Islands Engineering, representing the applicant Brian and Elizabeth Rutana Trust for 53 Greenwood Road. For this one, we did file a notice of intent. It is a raise and replace of a existing dwelling in a, mostly in a AE12 flood zone. The existing house is non-compliant flood code-wise.
I'm sorry, the existing house is not what?
Is non-compliant according to flood, building code for flood zones. It's actually also just, it's not your jurisdiction, but it is only about a 1.7 feet off the southerly property line and 3 feet off the westerly property line. So the project tonight is to raise that house and build a new house. The new house will be flood code compliant. The lower level will be for storage only. We'll have flood panels in it. The first floor will be brought above the required flood elevation. Things like the driveway that is existing to Greenwood Road is going to be removed. The existing walkway will be removed, and pervious patio paver will be replaced with that. If you've been to the site, there's a kind of a tiered side on Greenwood. There will still be one wall on the easterly side of that walkway just because of the change of grades, but we're actually removing nearly 26 linear feet of just landscape walls. The existing 3-bedroom septic system will be replaced with a new 3-bedroom systems with IA technology. Roof drainage will be installed for the new dwelling. Basically, any other patio or walkway is going to be replaced with pervious paver. And then lastly, the actual footprint of the house is actually being reduced quite a bit. The lot coverage is, under the old way of doing things, is actually being reduced. You've given us 6,500 square foot lot area. It's actually being reduced from 32% to 22%. We have filed for ZBA. And the proposal is essentially matching existing grades around the building. There's no particular fill being brought in for the proposal. So we do believe it meets the zoning fill bylaw as well. If you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer.
Okay. Questions or comments from commissioners?
Just the general square footage, old and new?
Reduction, I think.
The plan on the left is the existing conditions. The tan area, which includes, so structure, includes the house and the deck, is 2,103 square feet. The proposed structure is 1,482 square feet.
For the entire structure, the replace is, what did you say? 1,000?
The new structure is 1,482 square feet. It's being reduced by almost 500 square feet.
This,
621.
like the footprint,
Correct.
so the whole house will be bigger if it's two-story.
Well, that's what I want. I want the square footage.
Yeah, he's just giving you the footprint.
It would be times two. You know, basically, there's going to be a storage level and then 2 levels above that.
Well, that's a real difference. I mean, it's sort of deceiving to say about half. It's not really. It's about twice.
But we're talking impact to the flood zone.
Well,
It's-
impact, and that's fine to make that determination, but when I'm asking square footage old, square footage
Okay.
new,
Yeah, I gave you lot coverage numbers.
yeah, I
not
didn't
give-
ask for lot coverage, but thanks.
Okay.
Other questions? Sandy?
Tree question. You said they were going to remove 5 cedar trees and then replace in kind, correct?
They cannot be replaced in the same spot, and in fact, 2 of them are not, 2 of them are outside of the flood zone, so, but we are proposing to remove those 5 at the end. We have not specifically stated they would be replaced.
Okay, because I read that somewhere, but anyway. There's also
I read that
a
too.
large red maple tree where the septic is. And this septic, I think the old one might be there too. Is that being removed?
Yes, that needs to be removed.
And there's another large maple, sort of almost down by Shore Road. I assume that one's staying.
Correct, yes, that is noted as I believe that's the 20-inch.
Yeah,
Yeah, that will not be disturbed.
okay. We don't really have any other landscaping plan. correct? I don't think-
No, it's just grass.
Right.
Yeah, just-
So I have just a follow-up question, Mark. That the 5 trees will be replaced, or you're not sure?
We haven't specifically proposed
I read it
to
somewhere.
replace any. There's 5 cedars being removed, and then there's the one right in the middle of, I think it's that one right there. And that's actually outside the flood zone as well. So there's 3 cedar trees in the flood zone. And it's up to the commission if you'd require them to be replaced somewhere on the
I-
site. It's a very tight site.
Right.
I would make a recommendation if you do have the wishes to have them replant them, that you have them do it as bushes or something of that nature, because there are there's on the property, there is overhead power lines that, once the trees get to be developed, they will have to be trimmed back because of that. So the option I could see would be for the southern corner here, or something under the 20-inch tree, but that would be very site-specific with all that shade. I will say that, so.
Well, see, in your narrative, it said, "The existing cedars are landscape trees that serve as a visual barrier and will be replaced in the same location with the extended stockade fence upon completion." That's where I got that from. Maybe that's not true. Anyway.
Anything else? Sarah, I'll go out to you if you have any questions.
Thank you, Paul. I was just about to jump in. I do have a couple of questions. And forgive me, Mark, if I'm just not correctly reading the plan, but do I see here that the existing septic is to be abandoned? Does that mean it's just going to remain in place, and then there's another one going to be installed on another part of the property?
It's spec to be abandoned per Title V requirements, most likely since those, and it, just for everybody, it's on the easterly side under the existing driveway. Most likely it would be pumped and backfilled or crushed in place. It'd essentially be removed.
Okay, most likely it'd be pumped and backfilled, or?
Yes, 100% will be pumped. Sometimes they crush the tank in place, or, you know, it could be removed. It's just, it's on a lower tier. It may or may not meet certain requirements from Title V right now, so we wanted to upgrade, get more separation to groundwater, and add the IA component by putting it in the new location.
Okay, thank you. The next question I had is about the flood panels you mentioned on the first story on the storage floor. Are those, and again, forgive me, are those the breakaway walls that we've spoken about that would be a viable alternative to the provision in Regulation 25 for land subject to coastal storm flowage that would be other allowable vertical walls?
Well, this property is well in excess of 100 feet, 150 feet from any water body. This is more of a standard foundation with smart flood vents. So they are not breakaway walls.
They're not breakaway walls, okay. And then the 7 square feet net gain, or not net gain, but I guess remaining in place of those LF walls. Could you just explain to me what those are again?
So there's just this site from the northwest, which is the left side of the page, to the right, there's just existing changes of grade. There's a number of retaining walls at the site, and so that LF is linear feet of wall. So, you know, in one area, we're removing 34 linear feet, we're removing another 25 linear feet, and then we're actually proposing just 33 feet, so it's actually a reduction. And again, that's just to continue to maintain essentially the grades that are there, but with an overall reduction of vertical walls.
Okay, thank you. I missed the 34 linear feet up in the top center there, thank you. And then the last question is just about any sort of install of a buffer strip, vegetated buffer strip. I see there's an area to be restored with grasses. Anything else planned?
There's really, you know, it's flood zone only. We're hundreds of feet away from any other resource area. You know, it's my understanding there's no particular requirement for any kind of buffer strip. We're surrounded by 2 roads on 2 sides and 2 other properties very close on the west and south. So there's no additional plantings proposed.
Thank you. And I'm looking at our Regulation 25 text. One of the performance standards here says within land subject to coastal storm flowage, a naturally vegetated buffer strip must be maintained. So that's the origin of my questions, but I'll let my fellow commissioners follow up with any clarifications needed. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah. Any other?
What is, with the area that is house now that will be grass, and the other areas outside of the patio, how much of the property is going to be grass? Because our lawn standards state that no more than 10% of a lot can be grass.
That would be in our nitrogen loading calculations. It's not something identified directly on the plan. I only brought mine for the other project since it was an increase in flow. So I don't have that exact number. Which section is the 10%?
In the Reg 31 lawn standards? Well, that's for us. I don't know for you where it is in your notice of intent.
I'm looking now to see if it's in the NOI, but I don't see it. No. It's not in the NOI packet. I'll go through one more file here.
If you look at the plan, it looks like it's only that area where the dry well is, the new dry well. But I don't know. if that's-
Right, that's the new grass, but what is it added with
Oh, I'm sorry.
the old
Yeah,
grass
Right.
and then the areas around?
Oh, I found it. It's in Appendix F, Mark, under nitrogen loading calculations on the NOI application. And the size of the lot is 6,500 square feet. If that helps. I don't see any call out for lawn air, wait a second. Lawn nitrogen load. No, it's just a milligram load on the,
Up
doesn't give us.
above where it says bedrooms, lot size, impervious surfaces, natural area, and then lawn area.
And what is the square footage of lawn area?
I just don't have a physical copy with me.
Natural area lawn. Lawn area, 1,808 square feet. Is that what you have? 1808?
Again, I don't have a hard copy of that with me,
Yeah.
so that sounds,
Yeah,
So that's a bit more than 10%.
so it's 1808 out of 6,500, right?
I could make a recommendation that we can condition that no more than 10% of the lot be lawn.
And anything else is buffer?
Yeah, we could
Native plantings?
work with the property owner to implement native plantings. The buffer strip that Sarah referenced is only required when a lot is bordering a water body, and also when naturally vegetated areas are proposed to be cleared in excess of 500 square feet. And so this project doesn't trigger those provisions.
Okay.
The entire lot is almost, completely previously and legally altered. They're not getting into any naturally vegetated areas because they really don't exist on the lot.
600, so it'd be 650 square feet would be the 10% for the lawn, right?
Right.
And then you would take that from your 1808, so you'd need the difference in
Almost
terms
like
of
1,200,
mitigation, right?
Yes.
like 11 or 1,200 square feet of plantings.
Yeah. And then it'd be of a low bush type of, because you were talking about those power lines.
Yeah, what you have here, and then when I was on site just today, they have the overhead power lines go here, and then over here, you have the big tree. So there is options from there. It's just going to be honestly where the homeowner wants to have it. Does he want to have the lawn in the shade, or does he want to have lawn in the sun? So it'll be kind of a give or take on that aspect.
Okay.
And that large pitch pine with the saddle, that's on the owner's property, or is that in the right of way? That is a
not
big
sure
tree.
which one.
Oh,
The
like
one right
it's
on
in
the corner?
picture,
Yeah,
where your Cape and Island sign is?
It's the 20-inch right in the corner.
that lower left picture,
Yeah, so that's on the property.
that's on the property itself.
Yeah, it'd be on the picture above it, it'd be off the screen to the left, right?
Right, yeah.
Yes, yeah, there should be no issue with that tree.
It's a big tree. It's been all trimmed for the power lines
Yeah.
over the years. Okay. Any other questions?
I have one more question.
Yes, go ahead, Marjorie.
I'm pleading ignorance here. In a Zone 2, there's mention made from the Board of Health that it's restricted to 3 bedrooms previously permitted. Does that translate in any way, I don't know, who might know the answer to this, in any way to any restrictions or formula for total square footage of the new home?
No, that just comes down to this property lot is, I don't want to say deeded, but it's restricted to 3 bedrooms only.
Yeah.
And I talked to the Board of Health, this application, and this project has not applied for any aggregate land. So they are staying to 3 bedrooms. They don't have an option in that. So, but when it comes to square footage of it, it doesn't.
But in other words, neither the Board of Health nor ZBA, anybody is going to say, well, total square footage, I think, Mark, you said it came to 42, went from 24 to 42. I'm just curious
14,
if there's
yep.
any restrictions down the line that will say, well, since this is a Zone 2 and it's restricted to 3 bedrooms, it can only go to a max of so many square feet.
No, that I don't know anything, and there's nothing that I know
No,
of. Yeah.
there's no provision like that, Marjorie.
Yeah?
It's really just a Zone 2 restriction to 3 bedrooms. It's not intertwined with the square footage of the house.
And that's where it
the structure
ends.
is actually being proposed to be smaller than the existing structure.
No, it's not.
It's actually larger.
Bigger because it's multiple stories.
Yeah.
Right, but in terms of linear impact, on the ground excavation, it's actually a smaller footprint. It's a
Well,
larger footprint for a second story.
You just
but
made it
that's the-
sound, you just made it sound like footprint and size were the same thing. So that's just
Well,
clarifying.
Yeah, I apologize if there was any confusion, but
Yeah.
as far as excavation and alteration of the lot, the second story doesn't propose any alteration, it's just a second story. So
No.
for linear square footage, on the ground disturbance, it's actually smaller than the existing home.
Well, once it's
I'm
done.
actually
but-
more, I'm sorry, I'm just more concerned about
In terms of impact, excavation of ground.
impact excavation. I'm with you, I'm following you, and I'm asking you
Yeah.
to follow me with the 3 bedrooms and
Yep.
an increase
It's
to
restricted
4,000
in
square
Zone
feet.
2, it's restricted to 3 bedrooms.
Right, I understand, so let me finish the question so I can get educated here. Limited to 3 bedrooms, that translates to septic, and that translates to capacity. So that's what I want to know, is if somewhere in that translation between us, Board of Health, ZBA, and everybody else that has to do with these, that's a lot of square footage with only 3 bedrooms. So I thought there must be some formula that says, therefore, the septic will only be required to be for 3 bedrooms, I'm guessing, right? So if it's more than that, then we should be concerned, as the Conservation Commission, we should just know if there's a correlation between the size of the building and toto, all the square footage, and how that will translate into septic capacity given the restrictions in Zone 2 to 3 bedrooms. Does anyone else, am I
understand
talking to
what you're
myself? What?
You're not talking to yourself, I understand
You
exactly
understand what
you're
I'm saying?
Yep.
And it seems as though, that's a unaddressed area there. Yeah. So I'm hoping to make a connection.
Go ahead, Mark.
One comment. I mean, today the house is not to flood code. They can have fully finished lower level. That drive-out level can be a fully finished lower level. So you multiply 2103 times 2 is 4206.
Right.
When it's rebuilt, there will be a lower level that's for storage only. There cannot be any utilities in there below floodplain elevation.
Right.
There cannot be any habitable space. So you'll have a first floor and a second floor. So living area will go from 4206 potentially existing to whatever 1482 times 2 is. I mean,
No, we'll go to 2 times.
as an engineer, every aspect of this project is an improvement for the floodplain,
That's
the
great.
environment.
How many bathrooms?
It's not information I have with me right now. It's not part of this discussion.
Why do bathrooms matter, Marjorie?
Bathrooms are really germane, I think, to anything moving forward, given all the changes that we and other commissions and committees are having within the town of Mashpee between square footage, number of bathrooms, number of bathrooms and how that translates into required septic systems. I mean, it's just an obvious question that gets raised. If the square footage of the home is doubled, but the zoning, the Zone 2 regulations restrict the home for its own purposes to 3 bedrooms, I thought there might be someone far wiser than I that would say, well, then that also feeds into the formula for the capacity of the septic. And some generic regulation that says, it just seems you double the size of the place and you keep it restricted. It's currently 3 bedrooms, right? 3 bedrooms here, double the size of the place. Nope, just gonna have 3 bedrooms. And I'm interested, well, really? And we're gonna have bathrooms? No more bathrooms? Not that, you know, I don't begrudge the owners their desired beautiful house, but there are restrictions and regulations here, and I want to know how they impact the septic. And I don't have that information at my disposal. So I'm asking if there's a corollary.
Just last, I did the math. The living area, habitable space of this house is going from 4,206 square feet to 2,964 square feet. It's a reduction of 1,242 square feet of living area that they can finish and live in.
That's not what you said at the top of the hearing.
This is a 4,000 square foot house?
You said it
The
was
existing-
2103 now.
The existing footprint is 2103.
2103. And you said the new was going to be 42 plus,
1482.
because they're going up.
I'm sorry, there's a deck that's technically not living space, but living space of this house is being decreased. It just is by this proposal. It's being brought up to flood code. It's getting an IA system.
The footprint of the living area is what you're arguing is being decreased. The amount of living space is being doubled. This is a single-story home. It will be a 2-story home raised up, so it will be doubled. We're talking about 2 different things. We're talking about the amount of disturbance to the lot and the amount of coverage on the lot, and we're talking about the size of the house also. So that's, I think, where this confusion is happening.
I believe there's a basement under this entire house, correct, Paul? Yes,
I'm sorry, what did you say?
The basement right now can be lived in. It can be. It can be finished. It can be lived
Sure,
in.
but that's not considered a part of the square footage of the house. And it's
Why not?
the same thing as the first level that that'll be storage area anyway.
But it can be used as living
Well, then,
space right
if
now.
it can be used, then you could actually triple the size of the house living area.
Not when we rebuild it. That lower level cannot be used for anything other
How many
than-
levels will you have? Maybe I'm confused. The lower
It'll
level?
have 3 levels.
3 levels, okay.
It'll go from 2 to 3, yes, it
Yeah,
will.
okay.
But that lower level cannot be lived in. It can only be used to store cars. It can't even have any utilities in it. The utilities have to be
But the
up.
second and third level is what I'm talking about. For some reason, I don't know why you're avoiding what you said in the beginning seems to make sense. You're doubling the size of the square footage living area, living space, that you said
I was in-
currently is at 2103, and that when it's doubled, it'll be at 42 and change. And so the question is, how does that relate to the number of bedrooms and bathrooms, which is the standard by which septics are done here in Mashpee and all 351 other cities and towns in the Commonwealth? That's all.
Right now,
Nothing nefarious.
right now, they're allowed to finish if they want. Again, if we want to keep getting technical, I'm using lot coverage. There is a deck. I don't have the square footage of the deck. So if we take the deck off, Let's even say there's 500 square feet of deck. It's just the living area of this house is actually being decreased. The living area that you can finish, that you can put a kitchen in, that you can put bathrooms in.
So how does that, I don't understand, if the footprint of the home remains the same, the first floor is going to remain livable unless you're taking away and making it a smaller footprint, but you said you weren't. So then ostensibly, there's a second floor that's the same number of square feet, right?
Right.
So that's double.
It's going from like a cottage to a bigger house that's
Yeah.
raised up.
So that's not reducing the size of living space. I don't know why you keep going to the basement. I don't think the basement's germane. What's the basement got to do with anything?
They can live in it right now.
Well,
But
that's
it's
great.
not considered, you don't consider that a part of a square footage of a house when you sell it.
If it's finished, you do.
You do,
Are you,
Right.
is it being
A
used
fini-
now for living space,
it is not.
Mark?
It can be.
Well, of course it can be, but what's that got to do with anything?
Okay.
I have
In
no
order
more
for
information to
us to
provide.
move forward,
Yep.
we can choose to move forward. We can close an issue. I think some of the things I was hearing were the large red maple that's to be removed. And in the plan, it says that the 5 cedars will be replaced, so we would want the 5 cedars replaced. And then only 10% of the lot can be grass, so this can be approved as long, not as it is, it would be with 11 to 1,200 square feet of native plantings as determined with staff. Is that, are there any other conditions that we need to think about here?
Just getting these down. I don't believe there
This
was.
is Sarah. Can you all hear me?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, I just wanted to chime in with some concerns. I remain unconvinced that the project as proposed meets the spec for Regulation 25, and I'm very concerned at the controversy over the conversation about essentially doubling the living space in this house as a reasonable response to health and safety concerns of not currently being a flood zone compliant home. So I do have some concerns about closing issue,
Okay.
even if we can, some of the elements that we're talking about.
Can I say one thing?
Yes, go ahead, Mark.
I mean, I've read your draft new regulations would allow this house to be brought up to flood code in its current footprint. Your newer regulations you're tossing around could have 2103 over 3, would allow a 6,000 square foot house on this. We're reducing the footprint of this house. It's the focus of what you're talking about every day. And putting an IA, putting all pervious materials down. I just do not understand how this, I agree, the 10% lawn, the replacement of trees. I wouldn't even want to put a number on the remaining shrubs because there's pervious patios. We don't have that exact number of what's left over. I think the key component, though, in a regulation you have is 10% lawn. So by doing 10% lawn, by approving the walkways and driveway as shown, natural math, the remaining area, I think the condition would be 10% lawn minus the hardscape that is shown, and then the rest would be native plantings. But it just, this house could be even bigger, even by what you're intending your new regulations to say. So that's my last comment. Thank you.
Okay. Any last questions, comments?
I just have a question for you, Mr. Chairman, or Dan, which is existing regulations and restrictions. It says here the floor plans for the new dwelling have not yet been reviewed, right? So they're gonna go to building, they're gonna go to Board of Health, right? And they're gonna go to, well, they don't have to go to the ZBA, it doesn't seem, right?
Yes, it does.
It has to go to ZBA.
It does have to go to
Yes,
ZBA. So
yes.
then, I would just like, is there any way for something to be in here that says, I would just like to see, we're using different language, and I certainly am not looking to get into an argument, but I'm thinking about living space. 2,400 square feet of living space if I were going out to buy a house. 3 bedrooms, 2,200 square foot, that's what I'm looking for. 3 bedrooms, 3 baths. This is now going to be 3 bedrooms, but twice the square footage of living space. I understand what you're saying about the footprint, Mark. That's not what I'm concerned about. So I would just like to see the full circle. Maybe we do. Can you, give me some sort of sense of, I don't know, guarantee that the floor plans and everything that goes through Board of Health, it's going to eventually come back to us so that we'll see that 3 bedrooms, I don't know how that's enforced. I assume that that's not within our purview. But 3 bedrooms, twice the square footage of living space, same bedroom. I'm hoping somebody is looking more closely, like the Board of Health, at the septic and at, what the requirements are. It just seems like it's it's left unconnected. It's not tied up. And I think we make a mistake. If we're going to go to all the trouble we're going to on everything, 25, 172, Chapter 91, I mean, everything doesn't seem like right down on the ground. We should sit here and go, oh, well, I suppose we'll go on trust, I'm uncomfortable with that.
I understand what you're saying. I do. Currently, it's Board of Health. They will review the living spaces and the bedroom counts and all of that. And they'll, buildings will look at all the plumbing and the codes when it comes to toilets and bathrooms. I understand. I think what you're edging at is that your concern might be that the house ends up getting rented out for a 3-bedroom and enough people show up for 5 bedrooms for the week. I feel that that's your concern. And that's a valid concern. But at the current time, there's no regulations that say we can have this come back to us if it doesn't turn out the way they say or anything of that nature. It would just get held up in permitize in the all permitting program we have between all the departments, as long as it gets passed through Board of Health and everything. But it would be their review that would have to determine that. So I don't have anything else really other than to say that if that's, how strong you feel, then it would have to be a regulation within town, not within conservation,
Right.
but within town, something of that nature.
It's a loophole.
So, understood, yeah.
Okay. Any
Okay.
questions? Any questions from the public? Comments? No? Okay, hearing none, I would accept the motion.
I have comments.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you made them. Go ahead.
No.
Go ahead.
So I have a question for the commissioners as a whole. If you have a house that's going to have a second floor, and the base floor and the limit of work is remaining the same and smaller in terms of disturbance on the lot, then how does the second floor, any increase in living space or decrease in living space affect the flood zone and the performance standards? How does that tie into the performance standards that we have currently under Reg 25 about living space? There are no standards. And as far as Sarah's comment that she disagrees that this project meets the standards, in my 18 years of experience and my familiarity with Regulation 25, it 100% meets every standard under Regulation 25. If you took the time to read it, you would understand. This project is a net environmental benefit in every aspect. And I don't understand why there's been so much time dedicated to excess living space when it really comes down to disturbance on the lot and excavation based on the proposed activities. You have a second floor, it's meaningless as far as impact to the lot and impact to land subject to coastal storm flow. I don't have any other comments.
Drew, the amount of disturbance on this lot with abandoning a septic system, putting in a new one, moving where the house is, regrading, adding patios, even if they are pervious, you are making it sound like they're not blowing up the whole lot, and they are when you look at the as-built, like the to-be-built plan. So that is what we are grappling with. We appreciate your 18 years of experience, and we will continue to grapple with this. Thank you.
You're ignoring the existing conditions on the lot, Alex.
Okay.
Is it wooded, is it forested, or is it previously legally altered? So what are you really blowing up here?
Thanks,
That's
Drew.
my question to
Thank
you.
you.
Answer the question, please.
We are going to
It's
continue
relevant.
to deliberate as a commission. Thank you.
It's relevant, Alex, why are you ignoring it?
I am not going to get into an argument with you right now, Drew. This is not
It's not
appropriate.
an argument, it's a debate, it's a deliberation. I'm asking you a perfectly fair question and you can't seem
The
to
only
answer it.
debate
What's
I
the
want to
existing
be a
conditions?
part of tonight is viewing one later. So let's move on,
Okay.
please.
What are the existing conditions on the lot?
Thank you,
Okay,
Mr. Chairman.
Drew, you came in to make your comments. If the commission wants to continue to deliberate, I will allow that, and then we'll move to a vote. Thank you. Any further deliberations by the commission? Nothing from the public, then we're good. I would accept the motion. No motion?
No.
Marjorie, no motion?
No, I don't think there's a motion that works, other than a deny. I don't know. It seems as though this has gone down a
Right,
unpleasant road.
right. Not right now, Mark.
If we were to,
I'll come back to
if
you.
we were to offer the chance to continue, what would we be looking for? We
Well, I would be looking for answers to all your questions. I think with all due respect to Drew, that your questions were good ones. I think that my concerns about the square footage of living area and the formulaic connection to septic are good ones. I think that the concern about doubling square footage and as a Conservation Commission ignoring how that impacts,
The groundwater, like, we are charged with protecting the groundwater.
that's it. That's like, it begins and ends with that. And if we allow this to circumvent it because it's going up instead of out,
Right.
and we ignore the fact that it's in Zone 2 that already has a 3-bedroom restriction, and we're ignoring that and saying it's not our business, of course it's our business.
Right.
So I feel very uncomfortable I feel as though we're shirking our duty if we don't have that be part of it. Alex's concerns, Sarah's concerns are very similar to mine, so I think she raised a very good point about the regulation. And if it could be conditioned so that we get answers to that, I could
Or-
support a motion to continue, but
And then if it continued to after it was seen by the other commissions,
Yeah.
would that be helpful?
oh, very. I mean, I'd like to even go to their hearing.
So it's not just the project, it's the process.
Right.
You feel as though these other committees, Board of Health or Zoning Board of Appeals, should weigh in before we do.
I feel that, and I feel as though there's an argument to be made that I've heard before, which is that it's not within our purview, and
Yeah,
that
I'm just trying to flesh out.
But that
the
is how I
rationale
feel.
for- Yeah, okay.
that is how I feel, and as a commissioner, I feel as though, and I know that we each have our own bugaboos, but as a commissioner, to sit here and not say anything, I think is unethical.
Right. Okay. Sarah, is there anything else you wanted to weigh in with? In lieu of, we don't have a motion.
I think, yeah, just, and in addition to the comments I've already made and what I've heard in response, I do think it's important to clarify that it's not the size of the house that is my particular concern. It's the scope of the impact on the resource area that the size of the house is going to impart and impose. And I do agree with the concerns that have been expressed by my fellow commissioners. I have taken the time to read our current regulation 25, and I do stand by my read of that, that there are some compliance issues here. So I would ask that if we do see this as a continuance, that more close attention be paid to those, either by changes to the plan as presented or in submitting a waiver request?
They did submit a
They
waiver
submitted a
request.
waiver.
For the setback,
Yes.
Yes.
25 C7C.
Yep.
That's the
It's in the
only.
project narrative.
Yep. Yes, go ahead. In a minute. Go ahead, Mark.
Two things. I would, if you're going to require ZBA and Board of Health to make a decision first, I would like this commission to convey to them that you have requested that, because normally ZBA will not act on a project until it's been approved by conservation. So if we go that route. I mean, it's very reasonable. I don't think you guys have an issue with that. Just two quick things. When the Board of Health reviews this, they're gonna see it's a 3-bedroom system being redone with an IA. Just my opinion, don't know how they could have an issue with that. Zoning Board of Appeals, it's a reduced lot coverage project. Setbacks right now, this house is 1 foot away from setbacks. I don't know how ZBA could not consider an improvement. We're talking flood zone. Yes, there's temporary disturbance. To tear this house down and replant it with 100% native shrubs, it's the same amount of disturbance. It's all temporary. You're gonna have a lot less impervious areas on this property. You're gonna have an IA system. But it's up to the commission. I mean, I think I'd rather continue than face a denial. I just don't, there's no performance standards for habitable living space in your regulations. If I could get a motion to, we'd be more than happy to do the 10% lawn area, replace the trees, the 5 cedars. It's just across the board, it's a very positive project for the property. That's all I got to say.
You know, for the record, Mark, I expect that you're frustrated, and a lot of what you say is true, but a lot of what we need to look out for, if it's not spelled out directly, maybe it should be.
There was a member in the audience that requested to be heard.
Good evening. Paul Thurston, 9 Deans Hollow Road, Pompanesett. Yeah, I'm familiar with the project. I've been assisting the owners. They're an elderly couple. They live in California. This is going to be their, I would call it a little bit of an assisted living facility moving forward. All these homes, as you know, they have either 2 or 3 bedrooms on the existing footprint. You can't even, doing these designs with any assistance, a walker or what have you, you can't get a closet, walk-in closet, walk-in bathrooms, master bedroom. So the first floor is a master bedroom, and when you do see the plans, because we're not trying to hide anything, we're happy to show you the plans. It's actually, they're only, although it's a 3-bedroom house, they're only building out 2 bedrooms, because that's all they would need, one for themselves on the first floor, and when their daughter and their grandkids would come, they'd go upstairs in one little room with a bathroom. So there's 2.5 baths, I believe, is the whole set. This isn't a rental home. This is a house that's huge now, to Mark's previous point, that could be built on the existing footprint. We're 1.5 feet off one guy's yard. And, you know, we could probably rebuild on that structural foundation that's currently in place and do new walls that would be more obtrusive to it. The system is down low, and who knows, we don't know where it stands now, if it's in groundwater or what. But the fact that we're coming up on the top elevation with the new system, it's at least 4 feet as I'm looking at it from that point. So that's got to be helping the groundwater as well. In regards to the cedar trees, the owners had expressed to me before, they're fine with them. They could keep them, leave them. You know, we don't have to take them down, is what we're saying. If you want to condition it that they stay, we could live with that. That's not a big issue for us. We'll trim them so the power lines are there. In fact, we have to do an underground service because the overhead wires are going to be a problem. We know that, so we would just dig to the underground. But currently, if you look at the existing patios they have up on that top area, between the shower, between the driveways, they got two of them, one in Greenwood, one on Shore. The back area that's really close. This is 100% improvement home to what they have, and it's energy efficient, going to be compliant, less carbon footprint, less nitrogen. It's just a plus all the way around, and we're willing to work any way you want. If you want a condition, a continuance, do a continuance, we're fine with that. We'll bring drawings to you. But to Mark's point, I don't know if we necessarily have to go to the other boards. We will disclose and show you the drawings. We're not trying to hide anything from anyone. I don't have a problem with that. If that would take a continuance, show you the drawings, bring your questions, look at the square footage now and then after. And if there's a discussion to be had, we're happy to have that discussion.
Perfect. Thank you. Sandy?
When you reference the trees, my only question with the trees is, as I read the narrative, it said that they were going to be taken down and replaced in kind. So I was just trying to verify that, but once again, then when they get here, whoops, that's not what we meant. So this is why the confusion comes, because you have one thing that we read, and then you have something else that you're actually
And we
presenting.
understand this. It's a handoff.
But
People
the
are in
same thing with
California. I
the
agree.
building footprint.
And that's why I'll say, we could leave it. We're fine with it. That's not an issue. No one needs those trees taken down. We'll trim them to cut the power lines, and that's
No,
fine.
we were just trying to verify
Sure.
what's going to be
Yeah,
there.
it happens. It just,
Let's request. I'd like to request a continuance.
Okay.
Well, you should
let's
have
go
come
to
up
s-
like 15 minutes ago. Thank you.
We'll go after. We believe the ZBA.
That's no judgment
No,
against
let's
you,
not
Mark.
do that.
Yeah, no, but he did a really nice job of clarifying a lot of it.
Good.
Do we have his name?
Paul.
Paul Thurston.
Steve,
Yeah, oh, yeah.
Is it a butter?
so we can't even get into
What?
ZBA. Let me just show them the
No, but
Ish.
What did I
we
miss?
believe the ZBA hearing's on the 10th of August, so whatever the next
On
meeting.
his own home, on
August
Dave's
8th?
house. Yes,
So
he
the one
must have been a
after that.
neighbor of
Oh,
mine. I
after
lived
that.
on Dave's house.
Just the continuance date, that's all.
Yeah, no, I'm thankful. So I would like to just continue to you folks and do the standard. We'll try to go concurrently with Board of Health, but I'm not sure where Mark is on test pits, perk test.
We're good.
If we're good, so we'll certainly try to get in Board of Health. ZBA, I understand the drawings are still being structurally loaded, and we're having a lot of hard times getting stuff out of structural engineers right now. So I would like to leave them to the side, but give you the drawings, so you can look at them, we can have a discussion in this room and talk
That
about
would
all
be very
that.
helpful.
No, there's no issue.
So August 22nd,
Yeah.
is that the one, 6:30?
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Are you ready
wanted
for a
to-
motion, Mr. Chairman?
Yeah, good.
22/6.
Thank you very much.
Okay. I'm ready. I've been waiting for a motion now for 40 minutes.
40 minutes.
It was an interesting motion to evolve.
It was
Yeah.
It was a good conversation.
It was a good conversation.
I'll make a motion to continue until 8:22 at
That's
6:30 PM.
Okay, motion is made for continuance, 8:22 at 6:30 PM. Is there a second?
And I apologize, was there any conditioned on anything?
Continue.
Because it's just a
Continuance.
continuance.
Just a
And I
continuance,
think
good.
they
Thank you.
heard.
Second.
Thank you, Sandy. Motion made and seconded. I don't think there's any further discussion, but I will ask. We're good? Roll call vote. Alex?
Yes.
Marjorie?
Yes.
Sandy? Sarah?
Yes.
And I vote yes as well, so that motion carries.
Drew, not Drew, Dan, you would be Dan.
Okay.
I try to be.
If the abutter sends in more plans, or the person representing, I wasn't quite sure about his status. It was, could you let us know? Is that kosher?
Oh, no, once we receive those, I'm going to disperse them right away, so you can take a
Okay,
look
that
at
would be
them.
great.
That won't be held off
I
at
think
all.
that will be very, very helpful for many reasons.
Yeah, oh, absolutely, that won't be held off at all.
Okay, good, thanks.
Okay. Now calling the 6:39 hearing for 138, 142, and 144 Vinaigrette Avenue. Paul V. Griffin Jr., trustee, 51 Union Realty Trust. This is a proposed beach nourishment project. Representative is Baxter Nye Engineering. It is a notice of intent with a DEP file number of 433297. Good evening, sir.
Good evening. I hope everybody's having a good evening so far.
So
for the,
far.
For the record.
How's your evening going?
Oh, pretty good.
Good.
For the record, Matthew Eddy, professional engineer with Baxter Nye Engineering Surveying, representing Paul Griffin as trustee he's the owner and applicant for the project before you. I believe this is fairly straightforward. I think my presentation will be fairly quick. It's for a beach nourishment of 2 existing beach areas that just need to have some sand replenishment. The addresses of 138, 142, and 144, as were read into the record, as the location. The 2 areas on the plan right here, you have what we're defining as Area 1, and then this here is Area 2. So that would be over here on this here. I'm doing it from the side, Area 1 and Area 2. Those are the 2 areas of the beach nourishment. The total areas for the nourishment is 769 square feet. Area 1 is 123. Area 2 is 646 square feet. As far as cubic yard of sand, it consists of approximately 8 cubic yards of clean and washed beach sand that will be brought into the pre-existing beach areas. All the sand is going to be placed above the ordinary high water line and below the lawn area, so there'll be no additional beach area created. No sand will be added to water or lawn areas. The proposed work is within the buffer zone to the bordering vegetated wetland, which is along the pond edge, and there's also inland banks. So if you look, hope this doesn't die on me, my pointer. You have,
After
you
all
have,
that.
yeah, right. You have. I was going to bring some extra batteries, I was thinking. But there's BVW and inland bank along the edge, and you can see the definitions on the plan as submitted. Again, there's no area within the BVW to be altered. The beach nourishment project does border a area that is mapped by natural heritage as estimated in priority habitat, which is basically the pond. So we did reach out to natural heritage. They identified the species as a mollusk, so that's water dependent. Obviously, there's no work happening below the water line, so there'll be no impact, but part of the NOI filing, we did file to natural heritage too through the streamlined process. So Drew and I had talked about that, I expect a no-take letter from natural heritage on that. And then as far as just construction protocol, again, will be fairly straightforward. Small quantity of sand, as I mentioned, about 8 cubic yards. Dump truck will come in, will stay on Secaunet Drive, which is just a gravel road. It'll stay there. We'll then use a skid steer to take the sand off of the truck with a direct access perpendicular to the 2 areas being replenished. The sand will be placed, and then it will be spread by hand via rake, wheelbarrows, etc. And with that, I will be happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Matt. Questions from commissioners?
Yeah, Matt, that area of the road is pretty rutted out. Are they gonna,
The
Are
road,
they-
the road
yeah.
itself?
yeah, are there any plans to regrade it? I mean, I feel like it would be kind of hard for trucks to even get in there.
I can cover that.
Okay, thanks, Dan.
So, Secaunet Road is a very unique situation. It is a private road. The road itself is not maintained. Half of the road's owned by the state of Massachusetts, and half of it's owned by private residents.
Right.
I have talked to this individual a multitude of times about doing work in that exact spot. You probably saw where there's like an actual pool.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. He can't do it as of yet because he doesn't own the land on half of it. So in accordance with this, he has also petitioned to the state because he doesn't own the land as of yet, where the beach nourishment is, but he has petitioned to the state for ownership of the land. And that is, I understand the face. That's not uncommon on this road. There's already a multitude of houses that have done so and have been successful.
So, and I am struggling here because I have heard from people in the neighborhood, and I used to live in this neighborhood. And my deed said that I had access to the pond over Sacanet Drive.
That-
And that area owned by the state is on all the plans showing like where I could go and where my previous neighbors could go, and they're all struggling now, losing what was a part of why they moved to that neighborhood.
Right.
So you're talking about lower income housing. I mean, this is like one of the more affordable parts of town, and we're dealing with an access issue for people. So I'm almost feeling as a commission, I'm sorry, Matt, I know you thought this was gonna be easy, but I'm almost feeling the exact opposite, where we should be, as a commission, sending a letter to the state petitioning them not to just give away the state land, because this is state recreational and access land.
But his answer was, in other words, the owner's answer to his dilemma was to get the state to give him the property so that he'd have access of his own.
It's exclusive, and
But
then he can do sand and whatever.
Could I clarify that? There was a letter, because I was talking about this with Drew, so Ben Zender, who is the attorney for the applicant, submitted a letter. You know, you probably don't have it in your package because you
Yes,
just
we
submitted
do.
it yesterday.
do.
Oh, you did get it, okay, great. So again, I'm not an attorney, I'm just going, through the letter aspect, and I can interpret it. But from a legal position, Paul and other, I don't want to speak about other lots, I shouldn't say that, but for this application, based on court decisions previously, well back in time, he owns the full fee in Secaunet Drive. There's then been court cases where, because he owns the full fee in Secaunet Drive, it still allows people the rights to pass over it, right? But he owns that full fee. He then owns, through court cases, it's been shown that he owns to that water's edge, and that's expounded on in the letter from Ben.
He's trying to get the state to recognize that he
Well,
owns that in
it's
fee.
not-
That's
it's
what
not the
letter's
state, no,
saying.
it's a land court, so it's a land court filing. So you're in front of land court. Land court just, they go through, it's not you are in court, if you will, but you go through a process based on survey information, et cetera, that just defines what the certificate of title says, as was issued by a land court previously, and he's basically just petitioned the court to recognize that this land, which is owned by the applicant, by Paul, that it's then just, formalized so that you can then see on a plan that it is. Because if you look at like the land court plan and the assessors, it appears that it is not. If you look at the assessor's map, you can't see it on here, but it's about, I think it's 2 or 3 lots to the left, so to the west of that plan. It's actually one that we did several years ago, I don't know, 5, 6, 7, 8 years ago. If you look at the assessor's map, you'll actually see the lot going all the way to the pond, with Secaunet going over it, because that went through land court already.
Right,
And
and
we
I
had-
almost feel like as a commission, we should petition land court to not do that. And if we had known that previously other people were going for it, it's an access issue. It's just trying to completely make it theirs so that they can keep out the other people in the neighborhood. And there's a road between them. So it's like, oh, well, now I get to own across there too and do whatever I want over there. They're paying tax.
In other words, am I hearing it that if he gets, if the state says, sure, this sounds right, then the neighbor says,
They've
I
all
want
been
that,
trying to do that.
then it'll be his land, her land, Harry's land.
Yeah.
With the rights to pass, the Secaunet Drive, you have the rights to pass over.
Right.
But there's
Get
nothing
I'm
to
familiar
the,
with that.
But also to pass over to get to the pond, not just to pass over
but I
to
think
drive
only
out
to
of the
common
neighborhood.
areas, I don't think along the fronts. The attorney, let me just find the paragraph at John's Pond,
Does it say
so-called
private
Great
there? I
Pond.
can't
So
remember.
he just says,
They are private roads.
They says
yeah,
private.
yeah, that's a private
So
road.
he would technically be responsible for halfway,
Yeah, and
and then the state is responsible for the other half.
yeah, that's silly.
And
Can I just read this one paragraph into
Sorry.
the record? It's from the letter from Ben. It says, Mr. Griffin owns the land adjacent to Secaunet Drive to the low water mark of the pond. So he's not saying he doesn't own it, he says he owns it. This is the legal opinion. These rights derive from decided cases, most notably inhabitants of West Roxbury versus Stoddard, 89 Mass, that was in 1863, And then Potter versus Howe, Mass case 357359, that was in 1886.
My goodness,
So
weren't
he
they
s-
busy in the
So,
1800s?
well, that's, this, because that's,
So
that,
that's-
that issue's been around
I
for a
totally, I
long
hear what you're
time.
saying.
Right.
So it's been decided by the courts that that is the case, and
In
I-
other places, over 100 years ago, yes. But if we're
It's
looking at land
precedence.
grabs and trying to keep out access, we need, that has been the history of this town, is taking land and restricting access. I don't feel like we should be weighing in on anything that supports that, especially access to a resource area that can help people access upon and appreciate it.
How would that impact this particular
yeah, I was,
application, I wonder?
Because the whole thing is saying that the recommendation of the agent is that we close an issue and it'll only commence once the land ownership is confirmed. I think as a commission, we should stand on the side of access
And we
and
should
write
take
a
a
letter.
position on, yeah.
Yeah, and say, no, we actually don't agree with this as the Conservation Commission. We want the state to maintain that. And their lawyer, who is paid to represent them, is going to say, no, we own it. But if no one's speaking up for the access and for the rights as they have been, people have been sitting there and enjoying the beach there for decades, millennia, like forever. So it's like,
so
Other people like me have driven through to access it, right? Yeah,
you can still drive through.
I
but
can.
you can also you can also sit there right now
Yeah,
on that beach. If we do
I've
not
done
say
that.
anything and we let the state, then we
Right
no,
there?
right.
I don't know if it's,
So maybe just one, a little tangent here, notwithstanding the discussion. There are existing beach areas that are degraded. They're, sandy, gravelly areas. Nourishing those areas
Yeah.
with sand is not a detriment to anybody.
no, it's a good thing, but who's paying for it?
The applicant of,
Because
The
he wants-
applicant.
because
So
he
right
wants to
now,
own
the
it.
applicant is paying for it and is asking the state to reimburse him. Have I got that
No,
right?
he wants to
no,
own
there
it.
would be no
He
reimbursement.
wants to own it altogether.
Yeah, but but this application before you isn't defining that.
You just want to do what? Oh, well, you should really come up here.
Let's hold on that.
Okay.
This, the application before before the commission, is about the beach nourishment. It's not about deciding ownership.
Right.
Yeah, that's,
But as a commission, we don't have the authority to allow beach nourishment on property that an applicant doesn't own. We'd have to
Right.
wait for the land court to make that decision. Correct?
I-
Yes.
It's like
I mean,
you're
yeah,
asking us to.
or having, if the argument was that they didn't own it, you'd have the permission of the owner, of
Right.
whoever, if it was a state.
Do you not agree with
If it was
that?
a state, well, I said if it was a state, you could I could submit an application to do work on your lot if you give me permission to. I don't have to own it. So I'm just saying, if the state,
That would be a
if the
very
argument
big
was
mistake.
that the state owns it, and again, I have to just go by the legal interpretation, but if the state owned it, if the state said that it was okay.
so that
to do
is,
Beach nourishment.
that is an option as well. If close an issue was a possibility, that you could close it with the condition that they either have to go through land court, the whole 9 yards, and get the ownership of it, or you could also add a condition that if that doesn't go through, they would need written permission from the state submitted to the Conservation Department before any work can commence. Those are two
Those are the
conditions.
two options, really.
Those are you could even put both of them down.
And
Because
would
if
that
one
be
doesn't happen, the other one's moot.
And
amenable?
that they can't keep other people off of it if they don't.
Yeah, I
own it,
believe that's,
Even if they
yeah, I
pay to
believe
nourish
Because
that's
the-
reasonable. I mean, it's,
I'm
I don't
sorry,
know if that's a
wanna miss
condition
it.
we can make, because that's state of Massachusetts jurisdiction. So we could enforce the wetlands policies there.
Right.
But we couldn't enforce when it comes to that. That would have to be an environmental enforcement officer or a representative from the state.
So is that basically what Drew's condition is meant to?
Yes, I
Okay.
mean, if, order conditions are 3 years, if everything's decided within 3 years and they're able to get the work done within that time, and, then that's what that condition's there for, the recommendation there. So
When can they do the work?
they can do the work either if they own the land or if the state gives written permission that is submitted to the Conservation Department, then that would allow them to do the work.
Because it's good work.
Absolutely. As of right now, I understand everyone's concern. I 100% do. I just want to make sure that we are here to make dictation on the resource areas and the project at
Yeah,
hand,
right.
not on the jurisdiction of the
That-
land
and you're
court. I
in
just
agreement
want to,
with that, Alex.
I just want to make sure of that, that's all.
I think if the state, if they have written approval from the state, that's approvable. And I
Yeah.
also think we as a commission should take a stance on the transfer of ownership.
And I'll also say that these areas of beach, well, I don't know if I'd call them beach at this point, but these areas are growing in excessively with, poison ivy or just being filled in from debris from the road. I saw some clamshells that clearly were in the road at one point in
That's
time.
poison ivy, Dan?
Some of the poison ivy, they got permission to remove because it was
Good
growing up a
grief.
completely dead tree. That was that was a massive issue, actually, for the road, for the resource area, everything. So that was administrative approval, probably a year and a half ago now almost.
Wow.
But this area here, there is clamshells and stuff, just overflow from the road, so installing. So placing sand there would help with the habitat, also help with not allowing stuff to wash into the water.
Right.
So,
Okay, Alex, you make the motion.
Why do I have to make that?
I don't know. Oh,
please come up.
We're
Yes.
not, yeah, we're still deliberating.
oh, I'm
this,
sorry.
And I haven't got to the public yet.
Okay.
So you're comfortable with that process so far?
So far, yeah.
Okay. Sarah, do you want to weigh in on this?
Yeah, sure. I do have a couple questions. So as the commission, would we be able to petition the state to do the beach nourishment as the owners of that land, or would that be something that would fall within the new recreation and open space funds that I know are going to be written into a plan here pretty soon? Is that something we could do without transferring ownership from, as a public land into private land? I couldn't agree more with Alex that public right-of-ways, particularly to access and appreciate water resource areas, are paramount in terms of protection, and to whatever degree the commission has the authority to do so. I do think we have a responsibility to not only take a position, but really be consistent with that. But if the work needs to be done, is there a way that we can support the work being done by the state or we as a town?
For open space and recs plan, I don't believe there's any accessibility for beach nourishment within that policy. But when it comes to the state doing the work, I wouldn't hinge on it. That's for certain.
Yeah, and I just for the record, if I could just say, because this is going on the presumption that the applicant, Paul Griffin Trustees, does not own that land. Again, according to the attorney writing his legal and submitting his
Whose
legal
attorney is that?
opinion.
Mr. Griffin's?
It's Ben Zendler.
No, but who hired him?
Oh, yeah, the applicant, I mean, Paul.
The
yes.
applicant hired
Yeah,
that.
but I mean,
Okay.
again, just with all due respect, it's like me, as a professional engineer, I'm hired by the applicant,
I
but we all
understand.
work as professionals under our
understand.
license, and I do what's right. It doesn't matter who I'm working for, and I can only speak for myself, but I would support Ben in his opinion as far as what he's saying. So all I'm saying is I just want to just state that for the record, because I'm not an attorney, so I can't sit here and say that it is owned by the state or it's not owned by the state. I'm only
It's
going by his
currently,
letter.
they don't pay taxes on it right now. So the town doesn't recognize them as the owners. The assessing department does
Yeah,
not recognize
yeah,
them as
but-
owners. So
But it's, but that's assessor
So
information.
Matt,
Okay.
what is the status of the case? Has it been heard at all?
Yeah,
or
he
is
says,
it waiting, or?
It's present actions in the land court. He's got, there's docket numbers that are issued on it, so I
But it hasn't
expect
gone-
it to be heard soon, but I know the
Hasn't
land,
gone before the judge?
I don't think he's been in front of the judge
Doesn't
yet, but the
sound like
process
that.
just to get there,
Right.
if you guys are familiar with
That's
it,
a-
I mean, the
that's a
land court
submission.
process is very
We know
protracted.
that that's all about.
Yeah, I believe that's just a submission that he submitted to the court.
Yeah, but I think
Oh, yeah,
a while
hopefully
back.
soon, heard soon, yes,
So-
absolutely.
That could take a while.
Yeah.
Okay, let me go out to the public for any questions or comments
No,
that
there's
people
a
may have.
comment out here. Want to come up front? Anyone who wants to speak, come up and just say hi.
The only thing I wanted to say,
You have to come up and identify yourself, and
I'm
so
Jill
the
Griffin,
people,
Paul Griffin's wife.
so people can hear that are watching on television.
I was just gonna answer your question about the road. There was never any intent to close the road. This is just about putting sand on the beach, and in fact, we actually use that road, and we've never told anyone not to use the road. It's someone thinks that we want to do that because many people around the whole lake have done that, but it's not our intent. We're happy to say that's not our intent. But the only thing we want to do is to fix the road, which we're not allowed to do right now. So we're trying to go to the land court so we have permission to fix the road because people are hurting their cars by going down the road.
Right.
And then the road is eroding into the pond.
Right.
So it's a problem. And then also there's all standing water if you've been down there. There's
Yeah.
mosquitoes. There's all sorts of bacteria and problems that are going into the pond and are
Sure.
building up for the environment. And the stench coming from that water that we can't fix. We can't drain it into the pond. We can't do anything. And people want to be able to use the road and use the beach, and they can't right now. It needs to be fixed.
Needs to be
So
clarified. The
we're trying
ownership
to
needs to be
take care of
clarified.
this. We're not trying to keep anybody out. We're just trying to help.
Sure. Would you, I mean, yes, and when you own it, then it's easier to keep people from using the beach. I'm not saying passing with their vehicles.
If there's a contingency that says we're not trying to close the road. As a matter of fact, we use that to park our cars. Our neighbor doesn't have any other way to get into it. Another neighbor doesn't have any other way except to use that road, so there's no intent to close the road.
Well, I'm more concerned about the beach.
Yeah, that's what we're here for, the beach.
She's talking about access to the beach by others.
Right now, people have to walk through the muddy water to get to it, and then they get there and it's all cut glass and rocks.
Yeah, no, and I appreciate that you guys wanna improve that. I am really concerned about current recreational land being transferred from state ownership to private ownership. I'm delighted that there's a private interest that wants to improve it.
I believe that this is, you could say that I'm wrong, but I believe that the way that it works, which I've always been told with state properties, is to the high water mark is still owned by the state. So you can't restrict anybody, even if you live on the pond. You can tell somebody it's your private property, but you're not allowed actually to keep anyone off. Nobody would ever boot them off because it belongs to the state. It belongs
Sure,
to the
but then
town.
where you're putting the sand isn't
The same place
within
it
the
is now.
water.
No, it's
Right.
not in the water. It's the,
So-
no, but I think that the way that it works is to the high water mark.
Right,
which is
but
even
right now,
over the
everything
sand.
on the other side of the road is owned by the state.
No, halfway across the road.
Okay, so everything from halfway across the road towards the pond is owned by the state.
I don't know, you'd have to,
So, right now, that's how it's recognized, that right now, that's how the assessors see it, and right now, that's how your taxes are. So,
Can I also just add, though, from the state perspective, what I learned
yeah,
working with them for so long is that unfortunately, if it's state-owned property, it goes neglected unless
Yeah.
there's a big stink.
sure.
And so I think
Literally.
the homeowners are looking for a way around that to take better care of it. The state just doesn't, and even if we all petition the state, and I'm saying this as someone who loves the state and served in the legislature and wished it were different, it's a very, very
Slow-moving machine.
frustrating
Yeah.
thing to be a homeowner living here, and my last recollection is the homeowners own halfway in, and the state owns water out, and they would just not, they just didn't take care of it. They'd say they would, they'd say they'd come, we'd go, we'd meet, and they just don't.
right.
So I
For 40
understand
years we've done.
your frustration. So the answer has got to be to get your very valid concern about the beaches and access, not giving it over to privates, not you, but the potential of having private homeowners restricting it. That has happened often.
Well, and ultimately, if we have an opportunity to weigh in on this case that's before land court and say, we don't agree that this property should be transferred, and I know that their attorney is saying, well, they already own it. If they already owned it, they would have been paying taxes on it for the last 40 years.
Either that or they go against everything
Right.
that the town tells them, and they just do the work themselves anyway.
Right.
Excuse me.
Sir, can I have your name for the record,
Yeah,
please?
Paul Griffin.
Okay.
I've been there 44 years. I've been a great resident of Mashpee. Matter of fact, I spent 6 years as the chairman for the high school building committee to try to get that thing done. And if anybody was around, you'll know all the battles we had
Oh,
with
my God.
everybody trying to get that thing done. It was brutal. My name was in the paper every week, okay?
Yeah.
We're not trying to deal anything with the road. I mean, as you know, we've had you down there, because if you go down there today, it's like one big swimming pool.
Right,
Yeah.
yeah.
We've
And your
tried
car
to fix
seeps
that, or
into
we
it
can't.
instead.
If you notice if you wanna see the next rainstorm, you go down in front of my house, that water runs right down the road and right into the water.
Right.
It's all mud, it's all crap.
Right.
All we wanna do is put sand. I got 7 young grandchildren, and I'd just like to have them have someplace to
Yeah.
play. I'm not trying to make a major issue out of this. That's all I wanna do is put some sand there.
Is there a way we can give them permission to do it regardless of ownership?
No.
No, there really isn't.
But no, but hold on, but I'm willing to say, to accept your situation, that whether it goes to the land court or it doesn't, or the state, is that I'll talk to the state about giving me permission to put the sand there.
Do you have reason to believe they would give it to you?
I have no idea. I mean, I honestly didn't believe when I first started to put sand there that it was gonna be this.
Can I
mean,
make a suggestion? If you're willing to do that, Senator Sear, have you ever talked to Senator Sear about that?
No.
No. And I have no preference either way politically, but as our senator representing this area, he has much better access to the decision makers than we do. And he would most definitely, I think I can say with some certainty, want to be on your side and might be a good resource to go with you to the state to make that petition. I'm just saying it brings heavier feet to the fire, and because common citizens, I hate to say this, have a very difficult time being heard, just being heard.
Well, let me just give you a little history. The town council that just retired, Pat Costello, I was the one that recommended him to the town. Now, 1993, when we were trying to do the high school.
Wow.
And
How's
he's
that?
wonderful.
And he
Yeah.
stayed in.
Yeah.
I have
Nice
chatted,
work, by the way, on the high school.
I have chatted with Pat Costello about this road to end's length. Matter of fact, one night we went out to dinner just to talk about it, and he says, I wish you would find a way. He says, because every town manager that's been here for 44 years has said, we gotta solve this problem. We gotta solve this problem. I mean, here again, I'm not into solving that problem. I just wanna put sand on the beach.
Yeah, yeah,
That's
I
all I
hear you.
want. I mean, I don't care. Let me go down to Home Depot and buy 30 bags and I'll put it there.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? I was being honest to come to conservation to say, look I showed up at your office, he says, what do I have to do? They said, you gotta do this. I hired these gentlemen to help me out. It's been more than a year
Wow.
to put sand on the beach.
No, it's ridiculous, isn't it?
$20,000 later. This is,
I mean,
this is no joke. We really want to
it-
put the sand down, we want to protect the environment.
I didn't pull a fast one. I could have put the sand there and then let them catch me and find me. Do you know what I'm saying?
What's that expression? It's better to,
Absolutely, yeah.
better
Right.
beg for forgiveness than ask for permission.
I mean,
Yeah.
I try to do everything
The only one
right
doing the right thing.
and I can't win.
I'm so sorry.
Okay, so
All right, let's
for
do this.
process, let's get a little bit of clarity here.
Thank you so much.
What is the pleasure of the commission? Do you want to?
Excuse me, could I speak on behalf?
Yes.
Griffins, I live across the street, my name's Rob Shea.
Sure.
I live at 143.
I didn't know if anybody else wanted to speak.
No.
And I'm sorry, sir, your name again?
We're just here, my wife and I.
Rob Shea.
Robert Shea, 143 Ninigret. We're just here in full support of the Griffins. We live across the street. We too have deeded access to John's Pond, and they've been nothing but gracious. They've done a great job with their property. We're relatively new, only 2 years here, not nearly as long as the Griffins, but that access is accessible to everybody. They don't have what a lot of people further down the beach have as private property, private beach, nobody welcome, makes it very unfriendly. The Griffins along that whole section past their property, the next couple houses, have no signs like that. And there's plenty of sand further down the beach that I don't know if they've come to the commission for that or not. To Paul's point, he's doing the right thing. It's gonna be a vast improvement. That road is a mess. We walked down there, we're down there 2 or 3 times in the last week or so. You can't go down there barefoot. You can't barely walk on the beach barefoot. So just adding sand, what is it, 1,000 yards of sand, 1,000 pounds of sand or whatever it is, can be nothing but an improvement. Is my humble opinion. My wife and I are here in full support for them. And if my 4 kids were here, they'd be the same. because
Thank you for
they're
coming.
very accessible and very.
And welcome to this neighborhood or to Mashpee altogether?
Both, yes.
Well, welcome.
Thanks, so.
You're a
It's
good
been interesting, I'll
citizen.
tell you that. Thank you.
All right.
Okay. No one else from the public that wants to speak? Anything else, Dan, you would like to add before I?
No, I just, yeah, again, you can, if you wish, you can approve it tonight, close and issue it tonight with the condition of either permission from the state or
Yeah.
proof of ownership,
Give 'em-
basically.
Let's give them something
So.
positive.
Yeah, I mean, it would be nice to actually issue something.
And also keep in mind, if neither of those happen, then everything's a moot point. I would hope that wouldn't be that
No, but
case,
don't
but I just
tell
want to
them
make sure,
no.
I want to make sure everything's on the table, that's all.
Yep. Drew,
Yeah,
is
the
it?
commission's approval of this would not convey property rights under the Wetlands Protection Act. It's only impacts
not
to
saying it would.
wetlands. So if you were to approve this application, it's not a legal determination of property rights.
No.
No, it couldn't be, no.
Agreed. Okay, is that it? Is that, okay, I'd accept the motion.
Go, girl.
I'll make a motion to close an issue, with no work taking place until the state either provides written approval or the ownership is changed. And that we, as a commission, send a letter to land court saying that we don't want state land being relinquished to private ownership. That's my
Can I
motion.
amend that?
Sure.
Is it open, is it on the floor for amendment?
Yep.
It needs a second first, and then,
Well, we can just talk about it. How do you want to?
Okay, I'll second it, and then I just wanted to add an amendment. The amendment is that we also write and copy the senator and the state representative,
Yeah.
who are our allies and spokespersons before all state agencies and commissions.
and we also have the natural heritage weigh-in
Yeah,
as well,
and
which we
any-
think is gonna be negative.
And we
but-
can add any conditions from natural heritage need to be wrapped in.
Yes, that too.
Okay, so it's, the motion is
I have
made.
a clarification question.
No.
Go ahead.
So you had said that it's us that's going to petition the state, not the applicant. I just want to get clarity there, because if you're making a condition on this permit to the applicant.
Oh,
I'm making a
But you're
motion.
making a-
I made a
can I
motion.
finish?
It wasn't a condition. I made a motion that we close an issue with some conditions and then that we also send a letter to the state. It wasn't a condition. It was, it
and,
was a.
and the, which does not preclude the
So
applicant
it's-
from
yeah,
also
so I
saying.
just wanted to clarify, it's not a condition then.
Right,
Yes.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
okay. Matt, one last,
Yeah, I just want to add to the point of sending the letter to the senator. That's a good point, but I would say, can you say that, I think, if I'm following you correctly, that you wanted to say that in support of if it's state land, allowing the homeowner to do improvements where we know the state isn't getting to it? Is that, I mean, that's really why you're saying to reach out to the
Well,
senator in
I think
support
the
of.
senator and the rep can do a bunch of things, but I'd be,
But as far as the letter,
I
how you
think
guys pen the
advocating on
letter?
behalf of the homeowners is the most important.
Yeah, I mean, so
Yeah,
that.
not to do the
Because
opposite.
everybody wants to see this happen. I mean, I think
Yeah.
everybody agrees that it's more.
Yes,
Your
and-
concern is the ownership aspect of it.
Yeah.
But
Yes,
it's
and,
this,
and the current owners are wonderful. They're not gonna be the owners forever.
Yeah, oh, no,
So
understood.
it's
Yep.
in the interest of the town going forward and for the neighbors and for everybody, for us to send a letter in support of access.
okay. Anything else
you.
before I take a vote?
We won't do anything to impact in a negative way, though.
okay.
Anything else? Sarah, you okay? I guess she has nothing?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, I agree with all of this. Do we need a second for this?
Yeah, we
motion?
have the,
Can
we have
just-
the thing made and seconded, and we're closing up
We're
deliberation.
on our way.
Let's do it.
I was just checking to
Let's
see if
do
you had
it.
anything else. Okay. Roll call vote.
Okay.
Alex,
Yes.
Marjorie,
Yes, sir.
Sandy,
Yes.
Sarah,
Yes.
and I vote yes as well. So that motion carries. Good luck.
Thank you very
Who
much.
is
Good
going
luck.
to, one last question, who is going to draft the letter that's going to be going out?
I mean, I can take a stab at it and send it to you and see if
To the
you-
senator?
Yeah,
I'll be happy to work with you on it and send it,
Okay.
let it to the senator and the state rep.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Marjorie and Alex.
okay.
It's embedded in the
Just-
back of my head. Dear
Just my own
Representative, would you
information.
kindly
Yep.
do yada, yada, yada?
Thank you very much.
Okay,
Have a good
thank you,
evening.
Matt. You're welcome to stay if you'd like.
Thank you so much for coming down and
Gonna
bringing
get
this
better.
to our attention and all of this. I gotta get out of here, Micah. Thank you. I have advocates in the audience. I love it.
You said your homeowners, both my sons told me that they'll run me over if I consider selling.
Well, that's
Good for them. With all due respect, I love you all dearly, but I'm leaving.
goodbye.
All right.
I'll be in touch with you.
Bye, Mark.
Okay, going to move on to the next hearing, 642 Squaws Lane, Papaneset Beach Association. Proposed installation of two stormwater drainage areas within areas of road layouts on Squaws Lane and Shore Drive, privately owned roads. Representative is CSN Engineering. This is a notice of intent, but there is no DEP file number issued on the project as yet. So, do we have a representative online?
Yes,
or-
I'm online.
Hi there.
I'm Linda Cronin with CSN Engineering, representing Papaneset Beach.
Okay.
For this property, I did get the green card back from DEP that it was submitted, so I don't know why there's no number.
We haven't got a number yet, right?
Not yet.
Okay. Well, anyways, basically, this is Squaws Lane in Papaneset Beach, and we are proposing two drainage systems on the property because the road floods drastically and most of the year. And we're proposing to put one drainage system with 12 high-capacity infiltrators, H20 rated, with 1 foot of stone around up at the top of Squaws Lane, a little bit into the Shore Road layout, and using the existing catch basin that is there, and also regrading it to catch the water that is flowing down Shore Road, that actually bypasses the catch basin now and comes around and does empty into the bottom of Squaws Lane there. The other drainage area will be at the low point in Squaws Lane, about 1/3 to 2/3 of the way down. And we're proposing to, basically, the high groundwater is at about 4.2 elevation, and the road is at 4.2 elevation. So we can see the clear problem that they're having here. The only possible solution for this really is to raise the road. So I'm proposing to raise the road approximately 8 to 14 inches in the areas. And underneath the road, we'll be putting a pipe and stone system, utilizing the existing catch basins that are there. And that will also give a little bit of storage under the road when needed in the high areas, the high times for high groundwater. We are 166 feet from the edge of the dune resource, so we're outside of that buffer zone, but we are wholly within the AE elevation 12 flood zone. So that is why we are filing today. I think that's about it. I am happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you. So I will go to commissioners first for questions that you might have.
I'm just happy to see the project. I'm like happy to see it.
Happy
I
to
feel
see
like
the
it's a
project.
good, like, nice to. I'm happy that they're doing it.
Yeah. Yes, the neighbors are too.
Yeah. On these rocks here, you can literally see about 5 inches above each rock is the standing water line.
Yeah, it's crazy.
You see the white line, right?
At the
down
white
the-
line,
yeah.
and then that whole thing's backed up.
Yeah, it's
It
gross.
is just backed up, so.
I have a couple of questions. First of all, I know Article 2 at town meeting forbids fill in the floodplain, and it refers primarily to homes, but it does outline exemptions, and it doesn't get into talking about exemptions for streets that need to be brought up in elevation. So I'm a little concerned about that aspect. The other thing that I looked at on the plan, and I was also down on the site the other day, when I look at, and it would be for Zone 2, Linda, on the plan,
Yep.
I'm looking at the call-out on Zone 2, and the top of the 6-inch perforated pipe is at elevation that you mentioned, 4.2, which is the high groundwater. And the
Yep.
bottom elevation of the pipe is 3.7. So in
Yeah.
high groundwater situations, how is this gonna drain?
In high water situations in the spring, you know, it's going to still cause a little bit of, but we're raising the road, right? So, in order to use the existing catch basins, that's where the pipe elevation had to be. It will, you know, go out and overflow up and out. And in order to give that room, that's why I had to do such a long, it's about 100-foot long area in order to do that.
Right, but my concern when I was on the site, and I walked right down to the beach and up to the intersection, there's no other drains once you get by those 3 drains in the low spot headed towards the beach. And obviously, all of the water is falling into that low area. So even if you bring it up, what's gonna prevent the water from damming up in that area if the leach pipe is below groundwater level? I just don't see how this is gonna work.
I get what you're saying.
At certain times of year, it's not gonna work
not.
perfectly. They're
Right.
still gonna have a little bit of standing water, but it might be, you know, 5 inches instead of, you know, 14 inches.
Right.
The only thing this will be taking now is the water from the stairs, from the southeast area, down to the low point, because I'm putting the drainage system up at the top, at the northwest, to take the water off of Shore Drive. So that system is gonna take a substantial amount of water out of there. And drainage is one of that's very subjective, you know? It's not a pure number science so it's really going to alleviate the majority of it and not completely cure the situation.
Okay, and what
But
about
it's going to-
what about the sides of the road? I know the one house that, on this plan that we have, it would be the one in the middle that says it has a speed bump or something in the driveway.
Yeah.
That appears to be the only house on the street that hasn't been erased and replaced. It's one of the smaller buildings. There's a lot of erosion on the side of the road, both sides of that driveway. So is there any provision to mitigate erosion on the sides of the street, given the fact that, you know, high groundwater elevations, you're gonna have water ponding up again anyways?
Well, when we raise the road and we give it you know, a certain area of storage underneath the road, and yes, in the wintertime, since groundwater is lower, it will drain. We shouldn't have any freeze thaw problems underneath the road, but, so we're raising the grade a little bit there, and the speed bump is only to keep the water from going onto the rest. The sides of his driveway are gonna, you know, get wet at times. Again, it's not gonna be 100% cure. That's not possible, given the situation with the high groundwater.
So that speed bump is part of the project as well?
Yes.
Okay, that's why I didn't see it when I was down there. I looked at the plan, I thought.
Oh, sorry, it's a proposed, yeah.
Yeah, I didn't know that, so.
Yeah.
There's actually somebody there, but I didn't want to bother them, so we just looked and took a few pictures. Those are the only questions that I had. Unless there's other questions from commissioners. I know, Sarah, would you like to weigh in on this?
Yeah, thank you, Paul. I think the only question I had was asked and answered about the fill in the floodplain. So defer to the commissioners as we continue to deliberate there.
Yeah, okay. Anything else? No?
No.
You know, it's a problem. It's got to be rectified.
Right.
Rich, anything? Sandy?
No, just how do we get around the fill
Right.
problem?
Right. It's fill in the floodplain, but we need to deal
Well,
with the
does
flooding.
ZBA have to weigh in on this?
Not that I know of, but Board of Health will,
Right, because of the setback on.
because of the setback, yeah.
The setback to,
So with Board of Health, from any leaching field, a stormwater management system has to be at least 25 feet away. I talked to the agent today. He said with situations like this, a variance can be applied for by each individual house that is within that distance. He said each house would have to apply for a variance for that, and that it shouldn't be too much of an issue considering it will be an upgrade to the area, so.
we will also be helping, you know, down, the next road down from Squaws Lane, down Shore Road, because the plan is right now, you know, how if you go up Squaws to the right, Shore
Drive is pretty steep, and a lot of that water does come onto Squaws Lane. So this system at the top there is supposed to take a lot of that, which is also what's going to alleviate the water at the bottom.
Yeah. So I don't believe it has to go before zoning at all, but it does have to go before Board of Health on an individual house-by-house basis.
Okay.
Yeah, yeah. And then the other question was with the DEP stormwater management standards.
Right.
Within the application, it indicates the project is exempt from the DEP stormwater standards. Could you just outline that at all?
So it was hard, yes, because it's just the road. There was an option to pick less than 4 dwelling units, but it doesn't involve the dwelling units. It just involves, 2 areas of the road. So I felt that applied to the exemption.
I think you need to clarify that with DEP and get some kind of determination there, because based on their stormwater standards, you mentioned the 4 dwellings, but there's more than 4 dwellings on the street.
It doesn't involve the dwellings, that's why
No, I understand that you're just talking about the road, but I think it would just benefit the commission, and just for the sake of clarity, that because you didn't check off any box as far as the reasoning for the exemption. And it's not a criticism, it's just a reality that there's no exemption box checked on the notice of intent. And so because of that, I think it requires consultation with DEP to see if this is truly exempt from their standards.
Okay.
And
get that, I would recommend getting that in writing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
one last question I have, Linda. Do you have an amount of cubic yards of fill that you'd be bringing in? I know it says it's going to be up somewhere between 6 to 12 inches. How much fill are we talking about?
I did not make that calculation, and it's not actually, I don't know, technically, is it fill? Because it's a drainage system. It's going to be stone.
Well, I believe the proposal said that the finished product would be anywhere from 6 to 12 inches higher than what the original road is.
Right, because of the drainage system. We're going to put a drainage system in and then repave the road back over the top of it.
Right, so the fill that you're bringing in for that drainage system in the low area, zone 2, how much fill are we talking about?
I did not calculate that, actually, because, but, see, it's 100 feet, 100 by 17. We had an average of, do that. So cute. Say average 8 inches.
Yeah, 6 to 12. Guess you could use 8.
113.3 cubic feet.
Can I go to the bathroom or do I have to wait?
Sure.
Thanks.
4.2 cubic yards.
4.2.
I'm trying to do that quickly, sorry.
Yeah, that's okay. I just wanted to get an estimate.
113 cubic feet, about 4 cubic yards.
Okay,
I'm
let me just get that down.
on the spot doing that.
This could be kind of equated with fill, in relation to a septic upgrade, necessary fill and grading or a stormwater leaching system. I think, fill in either one of those scenarios might be viewed a little differently. We can certainly get clarification on that, but just based on the type of project that's proposed, stormwater leaching system improvements or a septic, upgrade would involve some degree of fill. It would be minimal, but necessary just due to the nature of the project.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Questions from the audience? Comments or questions? None? Okay. I'm going to wait a minute for Alex to come back. She had to go to the bathroom.
So I could get clarification on the DEP exemption. I think that's all yeah. we're asking for?
Yep, and that can be conditioned if the commission deems fit.
Okay.
Just an FYI, because it doesn't have a DEP number yet, it's been the typical protocol of the commission that
That's
we
right.
don't issue
I'm sorry.
an order of conditions in the absence of a DEP number. I would imagine it's probably going to be issued shortly. So they can, they've opened the hearing and, what's that?
Okay, I got the green card back several days ago.
Oh, no,
so-
yeah, no, understood. It's just an
Okay.
issuance of the number, because,
Okay.
if the commission issues an order of conditions, one of the boilerplate conditions is to have that DEP number displayed from a viewable area near the project site.
Okay, oh, yes.
So, and it just means that DEP, even though they've received the application, they may have some additional comments, such as that, it may have to adhere to their stormwater standards. So all that information gets revealed in the issuance of a DEP number.
Right.
So that's why it's very important that the commission, that we not issue until we get that feedback from DEP in the absence of a permit number.
Okay, yep.
Yep,
And apologies on that, I forgot the DEP number was not in yet.
it's okay.
Okay, totally forgot.
So I'm going to take a 1 or 2 minute recess. Alex had to step out of the, she's back in the room, so 1 or 2 second recess. We finished up deliberations, Alex, and there's no further questions or comments, so we're getting ready for a motion. You were here for the DEP stormwater exemption issue?
Yeah, so we need to just get clarification on if it's truly exempt.
Right.
Okay.
And we don't have a number, so even though we issue this tonight, if we do,
It would,
it would be on hold until the
Until-
DEP number comes in, and
right,
we've done this with previous jobs.
right. So, are there any other conditions aside from that?
That, I believe, was.
Nope, you got your number for Phil.
Board of Health, 25-foot setback.
Oh, yeah.
Yep, yeah, that will be, I'm sorry, so yeah, if you do decide to go that way, the Board of Health, they'll have to receive their variances from the Board of Health for all
Right.
septics, leaching fields only within 25 feet. I'm not too sure what that number is. I didn't look at each
Yeah, I
individual,
didn't
so that's
either.
gonna be,
I don't know
that's
what
gonna be on
systems
them.
are.
Okay, so, but we can condition it saying, as long as they've received all Board of Health appeals and variances. Approvals and variances.
I'm sorry, yeah,
Approvals,
and
not
variances.
appeals. I can't read my own handwriting. Okay. Anything else?
Okay, I think that's it.
Sarah, is there anything else you would want, or that you, okay. Okay, I'll make a,
No.
She's all set.
I'll make a motion to close an issue for Squaws Lane pending the receipt of DEP issued number and the clarification from DEP if this is truly exempt. If it is not exempt, then we'll need to,
We'll have to see what DEP says.
right.
See what they say.
If they're not exempt, I'll do the stormwater report and all the things and submit that. Is that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Okay.
And the third condition would be that all Board of Health approvals and variances are received from, for the subsurface drain setbacks.
Okay. Is there a second?
Second?
Thank you, Sandy. Motion made and seconded. Further discussion by commissioners? Any discussion? Hearing none, I will take a roll call vote. Alex?
Yes.
Sandy?
Yes.
Sarah?
Yes.
And I vote yes as well, so that motion carries. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Yep.
Good night.
Take care. All right. Just clean up here for a second.
It's just cruel that you're on at the end. I'm sorry. Yeah, that's ridiculous.
Catherine, you're thinking I'm doing this to you on purpose. I know that one meeting I had you waiting forever. Let me get this opened up. Now calling the 6:45 hearing for 117 Timber Lane Drive, Town of Mashpee DPW, proposed stormwater management systems and parking lot. Representative is the Town of Mashpee DPW. This is a notice of intent, and we do not have a DEP file number as yet. Okay? Good evening.
Good evening. So I will try to be brief. It is has been a long meeting for you all. So this is a project that is at the town landing on Santuit Pond, which is located off of Timber Lane Drive. Yeah. The site currently consists of a partially paved gravel driveway that leads to a compacted gravel parking / launch area with a small boat ramp. The only existing drainage infrastructure is what is on Timber Lane Drive itself. There's nothing on the site at the moment. The town was successful in receiving 2 MVP grants, which allowed us to develop plans for improvement in both stormwater infrastructure as well as community use of the facility. We held a series of workshops and solicited feedback from stakeholders and residents in the neighborhood to come up with what the town felt was the best plan for the property, which, thank you, Dan, includes a number of different components. So the I guess biggest component is really trying to shift the vehicular traffic from and parking from down on the pond up to Timber Lane Drive. So what's proposed is a separate parking area. It would be 8 parking spaces, 4 for boats with trailers, 4 for just vehicles. And at the pond itself would only be a new precast concrete ramp with an area for the vehicles with trailers to launch and/or a drop-off, because we are providing a separate amenity for people who might be launching a kayak or a canoe. So they would drop off, launch, and then go back up to Timber Lane Drive and park. That parking area is proposed to be constructed of porous pavement. The road access or the access itself would be conventional paving, but we have stormwater improvements that would be included as part of that improvement. The other amenities that are proposed is a picnic / viewing area that would be constructed of permeable pavers. We are proposing a seasonal dock that would be used again to launch canoes or kayaks, as well as provide access for fishing. And that really is to define a specific location. Right now, if anyone's been down to the pond, people kind of walk, fish, launch wherever they want. So we're really trying to designate an area, separate from the boats, but an area that is usable. There would be other site amenities, some picnic tables, some benches, a seating wall, and a connection closer to Timber Lane Drive of a pathway that would connect to the adjacent property where we recently just completed some stormwater improvements. Dan, do you have the stormwater plan?
Got it all.
I think it's, or the vegetation, which is, yeah, either one would work.
There we go.
So this is the vegetation plan, which also highlights the stormwater. So we are proposing, in addition to the porous pavement, the permeable pavers, some rain gardens at the upper parking area that would provide treatment for that first flush of rain. And then the plan would be that with that initial treatment, the water would kind of filter through a series of additional rain gardens and a stormwater wetland that is down closer to the ramp area itself. There is also a pollinator garden that's proposed in the picnic area. And I guess throughout the property, we would have educational signage that explains the purpose of all of these different features. So I guess with the improvements, we're hoping that one will maximize use of the property, take better care of the property, but also address the stormwater issues which are contributing to the poor quality of Santua Pond.
Great.
Yeah, happy to answer any
Thank you.
specific questions.
Thank you. Okay, I'll turn it over to commissioners first.
Yeah, this is a great project. Really happy to see it in front of us. I'm just curious, the climate, what was the trail called? Climate resilient trail? I've never heard that term before. I was just wondering, is that like a standard that somebody set, or what is that?
I think it's really just, again, focusing on the education. I don't think it's related necessarily to, it's not, I guess the construction isn't climate, but I think it's to educate the public, the residents in the neighborhood about the importance of taking these steps to help mitigate impacts of climate change.
Great, okay.
Sandy, any questions?
No, I think it's a great project.
Sarah? I think she's still on. I hope she is.
Yes, I'm still here. Hi, everyone.
Okay. I was curious if you have any questions or comments you'd like to offer.
Only just to concur that this is a great project. I am curious if there's a 590-page report here. I'm sorry if it's in here and I haven't seen it yet, but the projections that you're using for stormwater runoff, are those based on historical rates, or are we using some of the climate scenarios that have been made available in the last 2 years?
So the stormwater was based on current rainfall from NOAA Atlas 14 and predicted rainfall depths from the climate resilience dashboard. And that is in the 590-page stormwater report, if anyone wants to take a look.
I thought it might.
No, thank you.
Thank you.
Oh my God.
Has there been any word of the Atlas 14 plus figures coming out?
I have not heard. I can certainly check with our engineers to see if they might have more up-to-date information.
I think they're done. I just don't think they've been released yet by NOAA.
Right. There's been a lot of discussion, obviously, particularly in recent years with the more severe, impactful storms. Yeah.
Okay. So it's a straight Atlas 14 projection.
Yes.
And you said that was a rough asphalt in the parking area?
In the parking area, it's a permeable or porous asphalt, so it's part of the stormwater. So we haven't used it yet in Mashpee, but we're looking at it, particularly in some areas where we are within the floodplain.
Mm-hmm.
So it basically functions as, the stormwater actually can permeate directly through the asphalt,
Right.
rather than having to be contained elsewhere.
So it's a fairly rough surface that allows the water to get trapped and then it seeps
It has a lot of voids in it, which is, I think, always a concern, particularly on the Cape, because those voids can get filled with sand and other debris.
Sure.
So it does require different maintenance than what you would do on a standard asphalt road. So other towns on the Cape have used it, I think in Provincetown on Commercial Street. I think that is all now a porous pavement. So again, we haven't done it in Mashpee yet, but we are looking particularly where we have roads that are in floodplain, or as the prior application where you don't have that depth to groundwater to put in conventional drainage.
Right. Is there any proposed signage for milfoil and, cleaning boats and that type of thing?
That is an ongoing issue that we have on all of the town's ponds. So there is a kiosk that is proposed as part of the project, and that's what we have at other of the town's boat ramps. So we would have that, and that's where the DNR typically would post those types of notices.
Okay, good. Yep, need to get a lot of those up, I think. Okay, Rich, any questions? Good. Let me go out to the public for questions or comments on this proposal. None there? Dan, anything else you want to add?
No, there is no DEP number yet, but, again, we just dealt with that as well. So this is a improvement to the entire site. If you've been down there at all, even especially during a rainstorm, it's definitely an improvement. If you've been down there in the middle of the summer, it's also an improvement because it will reduce camping sites, quite frankly, is basically what it comes down to. So there is no natural heritage endangered species in this zone. That is on the other side of the pond. So this area is free of that, so that's not a concern at all. And yeah, other than that, there is a dock that's being proposed, and I believe you said earlier today that would be natural resources
Correct.
responsibility.
It's a seasonal dock. DNR has said that they would take responsibility for removing and installing it, and it would be stored off-site.
Yes. So yeah, so every concern's pretty much covered, and again, this is such a large improvement to the area. Also, with the large amount of public access that's going to be made with the connecting trails to other town properties alongside it, as well as the area, I think it's pretty much a no-brainer, yeah.
Okay. Drew, is there anything that you wanted to add?
No, nothing more to add, just to reiterate Dan's comments and the commission comments so far that this is a very beneficial and much needed upgrade in terms of stormwater management and public recreational access.
Okay, thank you. All right. I would accept a motion.
I'll make a motion to close an issue. And that it can't fully be issued until the DEP number is in, but pending that number to close an issue.
Okay. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Sandy. Motion made and seconded. Any further discussion, deliberation?
It's great that they got grants for it.
Oh,
It's
I was
it's
there for the
great.
cleanup day project, and it is sorely needed. I mean,
Yeah.
that's, the erosion coming down that hill off to Timberlane Drive is just unacceptable. Yeah. Sarah, anything else you want to add before I take a vote?
Not for me.
Got your hands full there. Okay, roll call vote. Alex?
Yes.
Sandy?
Yes.
Sarah?
Yes.
And I vote yes as well. Motion carries.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thanks.
We've closed and issued the last 3 in a row, just so everyone knows.
We're on a roll. Give me a minute to, so,
9:30. Can we sign things? I know it's so premature,
I'm
but
gonna go
just,
back
yeah.
to pre and post.
There's not a whole lot to sign, but I really tried.
Okay, under discussion items, I will start with water quality issues and initiatives. This, as you know, is an ongoing discussion item. Is there anything commissioners would like to bring up regarding water quality? Anything new? that you've heard or concerns that you might have, recent concerns? I believe the cyanobacteria warning has been lifted at Mashpee Wakeby, which is good news. That annual turnover is something we always dread at the beginning of June. Hopefully that'll be the end of it, but I believe it's still an issue in Santuit. And I haven't heard anything in terms of Ashumet and Johns Pond with the PFAS.
There's just PFAS right now.
I know there's the issue. Did the DOH, the State Department of Health, did they weigh in on that, or are we
Yes.
still waiting?
They said there
yeah.
was like a QR code that you could scan. They had sent it out in an email, and it had said,
Right.
it's cleared for swimming, not for ingesting in any way.
Yeah.
So like my 2-year-old, who drinks all the water as he's swimming,
Sure.
is not appropriate.
Yeah,
Right.
it's
Um,
older kid based, basically.
Yeah.
Someone called me yesterday asking if it was safe to drive boats on the pond because of the PFAS. I got a little chuckle out of that.
Yeah,
so.
well, people get nervous, limited knowledge, so they don't really know. Okay. That takes us down to Regulation 25, land subject to coastal flow, discussion on the draft performance standards. We do have a request from a commissioner who is not here tonight to have her comments read into the record, and I believe I have those here. Hold on. Yes, I do. This is from Erin Copeland. She was not able to be with us tonight, so we'll start with hers. It starts off by saying, my apologies for having to leave last night, which would be at our last meeting. I've been dealing with some health issues, which makes these long meetings difficult. I wanted to share my thoughts on the proposed regulation changes / language modifications to 25, as I was not able to participate last night. My comments that follow are regarding items 7, 8B, 11, 12, and 17 in a general sense. I'm not going to pick apart specifics. For years before I got into real estate, I was a chef. I worked at country clubs, law firms, pharmacies, family pubs, you name it. I did it. In the course of my work, I had opportunities to carry out food service for parties ranging from 2 to 500 plus, both on and off site, with or without running water or electricity, rain or shine. I've done it all. Invariably, during one of these events, a well-meaning but uninformed person, usually a wedding coordinator, office manager, someone without kitchen experience, would come into the kitchen and begin asking questions. Because of their own desire for a successful event, which I too shared, keep in mind, their anxiety drove them to question and pick apart things they did not understand. For example, I can recall a secretary at Skadden Arps, the law firm I worked at for 6 years in Boston, coming into the kitchen midway through prepping an event for the massive EMC/Dell merger party. She started questioning why I was heating the beef tenderloin in a manner I was. I nearly killed her. My point here is that the upshot of that type of activity was the suggestion of a lack of confidence in my abilities. When I can, I try to watch other town commissions and boards have their meetings. Not too long ago, I recall watching either a zoning or a planning board meeting and becoming irritated by the people on the screen. While doing their work there, they were questioning whether the Conservation Commission was aware or was going to do anything about the conservation issues being discussed. In sober circles, we frequently use the expression, stay in your lane, and keep your side of the street clean. And so, when I see other boards straying outside their purview into ours, I get annoyed. I have to say, I now feel like we are doing that very same thing. We already do this far too much when we start questioning bedrooms and septic systems that are the purview of the Board of Health. I do not believe it is appropriate to interpret building/sanitary/zoning codes, or, for lack of a better way to put it, to stick our noses in places where they don't belong. Just as we would not want zoning, planning, health, etc., to discuss which native plants should be planted on a given lot, so too we should not be attempting to split hairs over whether a home's foundation is a vertical wall and the like. To me, it suggests a lack of confidence in the ability of town building, health, zoning boards to do their jobs when we overreach in this way. When I was a chef at the law firm, I certainly never went out into the office and started telling the secretaries and paralegals how to do their jobs. That wasn't my place. This feels like that to me, and I'll be honest, I don't like it one bit. I started in real estate and conservation essentially at the same time. When I'm out in the world wearing my realtor hat, I often find myself defending conservation commissions as a whole, and Mashpee's commission in particular. I've said hundreds of times to buyers and sellers that the commission is not about saying no, that it's about a conversation and a shared goal of protecting the environment. More and more, though, it seems it is about saying no, that the conversation has ended. As most of you know, I was embroiled in a controversy over the buffer zone expansion last year. This person took me all the way to the Massachusetts Association of Realtors with an ethics complaint and tried to get my license revoked. While I share a love of the environment and Mashpee, the fact that we didn't agree on methodology meant that I had to be publicly, personally, and professionally destroyed. You don't have to look far to find examples of neighbors assaulting neighbors, epithets flying without care or concern for how they will land, people's personal lives being affected by beliefs and unfounded or not. For me, it feels like the fabric of what holds us together is unraveling. I hate to say it, but it feels that way on the Concom these days. For the first time, I have found myself not saying that we are a reasonable people and that a hearing is about a conversation, but rather conceding that a homeowner may face immovable roadblocks and stone walls, literally and figuratively. For me, that's a great sadness, as I believe there is a way for conservation and home ownership to exist and thrive together. When the many voices and opinions get too loud and drown each other out, I tend to turn inward and go back to the beginning. I started asking myself why I got into the Conservation Commission. I have achieved the goals I set out to achieve, etc. I find myself wandering the pages of the Sierra Club's website yesterday afternoon, came across something that I feel speaks to the idea of expanding our reach. And I bring it up for two reasons. One, because I have managed staff and had to implement unpopular regulations in the past. The other, because I am a parent of a child who loves to avoid chores. Regarding wetlands, the Sierra Club says this: natural wetlands should be managed for their environmental values. All federal and state or provincial programs should be implemented to ensure that wetlands are protected. State, provincial, and local governments should adopt protective laws and effective implementation programs. 100% agree with what they say there, but it's the last line that grabbed my attention. Yes, follow the laws, implement the programs as instructed, and do so at the local level. However, it says that local governments should adopt protective laws, as we are attempting to do, and effective implementation programs. This is where we are lacking, and I understand the need to push forward and protect as much area as we can. However, without any type of true effective implementation, this change would be a paper tiger. As I've learned from managing kitchens full of personalities and a little person who hates responsibility, rules without teeth aren't rules. They're opportunities for disaster. Nobody took me seriously as a chef, as the boss, if I wasn't able to deliver on my threats. It's a mistake to ban something or make a sweeping change like this without a way for the conservation staff to enforce the program without teeth. Fertilizer bans should be done town-wide, at town meeting, not by 7 people who have no way of enforcing it. If the town votes and adopts the change, we'll have deputized residents to help enforce it. If not, who exactly will police the regulation? I know I don't have time, and unless one of you wants to spend your days going from property to property, I really don't see how this is possible, feasible, or sensible. My fear is that our desire for immediate change and hope for real improvement has crippled us in the sense that we cannot see the forest for the trees. Instead of continuing and building on the conversation, we're shutting the door. And while I may not love all the players or their motivations, they deserve to be heard and considered. I hope you will hear my comments in the constructive way that they are intended, because I think I bring a unique perspective to the conversation. If you recall, I had the commission at my brokerage last year to talk about all the great things we do. Next month, I've invited the Sewer Commission to do the same. I'd really hate to think that I'm going to leave the Conservation Commission with less of an understanding and less hope for the conversation to continue. Yours sincerely, Aaron Copeland. I just read it. I didn't write it. I wanted to give it, the justice that she wanted it read. I was a little disappointed that she didn't give her specific concerns regarding 7, 8B, 11, 12, and 17. But she just said, in a general sense, I'm not going to pick apart specifics. Regulation 25 is very specific, and the intent for the subcommittee is to have brought this forward, which we did on May 2nd, so that all commissioners would read it for what it is and specifically address each and every performance standard with whatever questions, criticisms, comments, edits, additions, changes, whatever. And those are the kinds of things that the subcommittee is looking for. My first impression was to bring it forward and let's just check off the ones that people have no issues with. So looking at Erin's letter, I guess she is okay with regulation 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 9, 10, all the ones that she didn't mention. So on my flow chart, I can say Commissioner Copeland is okay with this. And as we go through the process, I would then look to Commissioner Zolo or Commissioner Godfrey or Commissioner Thornbar, all of the commissioners, to find out where they are in terms of their satisfaction of what the entire subcommittee has put together for Regulation 25. Remember, we're a subcommittee. We do the best we can with it, and we bring it forward, just as we did with Regulation 12, 27, 30, all the ones that we've done, and will continue to do. Beyond that, Steve Cook, as you recall at our last meeting, said that he was going to meet with the Pompanesett Beach Association. And he did have a meeting with them the other day. I believe it was Tuesday. I'm not sure of the exact date. But I have correspondence from Steve that I would also like to read into the record. Let me just pull that up. Here it is right here. Steve writes and says, overall issues, they, assuming he's referring to the PBA, want the Regulation 25 changes to wait for the state changes to both regulations to match. They were concerned that the Mashpee regulation will be too onerous and not match any other towns in the state or the state regulation. They agree on changing the immediate issues pertaining to the setbacks and foundations. They have hired an outside firm to review the changes and make recommendations. They mentioned having the commission hire an outside consultant to assist in the review before public comment, further define which standards apply to each flood zone area. We went through each performance standard, and this was the feedback I was given. Standard number 1, how is adverse impact defined? Standard number 2, this standard does not address additions onto existing homes. Why are sheds, patios, fences, and retaining walls not allowed, since patios and fences are landscape features? Retaining walls may be required for septic systems, existing topography, etc., with a question mark. Do garages mean detached or attached? What is the definition for other appurtenances? No issues on standards 3, 4, and 5. Standard 6, need better definition for which A zone does it apply for, and it should also impact V zones. This does not match up with the current FEMA flood zone elevations. Standard 7, remove the 150-foot buffer note. Vertical walls for house foundations are not allowed in coastal A zones per the building code and should be removed. Standard 8, note A, about existing roads needs to be clarified. Existing roads in flood zones need to be maintained and repaired in its current state unless there are mitigating circumstances. For example, most of the roads and infrastructure in Popponesset are in the flood zones. What about other infrastructure such as utilities? No issues with standards 9, 10, and 11. Standard 12, remove the 150-foot buffer. No issue with standard 13. Standard 14, too broad of a statement and how to define adverse impact. Standard 15, is there a regulation in the zoning bylaw that addresses this standard or was promulgated by the planning board? Standard 16, too broad of a statement. What are the additional requirements? Standard 17, remove the 150-foot note. It is summed up at the end by saying, please let me know if anyone would like to discuss these issues or set up a meeting. After this meeting and prior to, I had similar or the same concerns about changes, especially within standards numbers 2, 7, 8, 15, and 17. And it's signed Steve Cook. So those are, and again, he has sent that to me, and I believe it went to Drew as well, as to his takeaway from the meeting. And I know there are some people here from that association that they may want to chime in on any one of those, I'm not sure. But before I do go to that, I'm going to ask other commissioners. Sarah, I know you had given your comments in writing because you couldn't be at the last meeting, but you're here.
And her hand is raised.
So
Yeah.
I'll go to you next.
Thank you. Yeah, I don't know if the little hand raise feature is effective, but I've been trying to use it. I'm glad to read the comments that I submitted in advance of the last call. They are specific by performance standard. Before I do so, I just wanted to ask a clarifying question, Paul, that the Pompanesett Bay Association or any other, community group, there's no inherent requirement for us to include their feedback above and beyond public comment that would be available for any Mashpee resident with regards to the revisions for this or any other bylaw or regulation that the commission is charged with updating or enforcing. Is that correct?
That is correct. When we change any regulation, it's for the town of Mashpee. It's not for any individual community or group of communities. It's for the entire town. And it's very difficult. I've been on this subcommittee now for quite a while. It's very difficult to write a bylaw which adequately governs all the sections of Mashpee because there's such a wide variety of environments that are out there. And so when you write a bylaw and you implement that bylaw, assuming it's promulgated, there is always the opportunity for relief for a particular section of the town that that bylaw may be a little too stringent for, and just may not even be workable for. So that's kind of like the relief valve. But you're right. It's for the entire community and not any one particular or several particular groups.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. I would just on behalf of myself as a commissioner and a community member, like to advocate that we as a commission make every effort available to engage the entire community, not just those community members that have the means or the time to not only attend and engage on their own, but hire private consultants.
Yep.
I do think if we're going to engage with one group, we do need to make an effort to engage with everybody. So that's my 2 cents on this. I'd be happy to read my comments. I also did want to mention that since drafting these and submitting them for consideration, I did have a phone call with Heather McElroy, who's the program manager for the Natural Resources Program with the Cape Cod Commission, and was informed that they, as an organization, are working on a draft bylaw that would be available to all communities on Cape Cod that specifically deals with environmental impacts of development in the floodplain. And so I would put forth to this commission that we invite Heather or one of her staff members to come and speak to the community via the commission meeting whenever she might be available, if she's interested, so that we might fully have access to this as a resource in this process.
Sarah, do you have her contact information, email or phone? Or?
I do.
You do, okay. If you could send that along, that'd be good to have. Yep.
Absolutely, yep. I did just want to get that on the record, that we as a commission make a public request to the Cape Cod Commission to work with them to see what resources they have prepared for a lot of similar conversations that we're having.
Okay.
So in going through the comments that I previously submitted to revision 4 of regulation 25, I'll go performance standard by performance standard. For standard number 2, my comment is that I would like to see a clarification that defines the existing legal footprint as the extent for any future structure modification. So specifically to clarify whether the existing legal footprint refers to the exact geospatial location of the existing structures within a parcel, or if it's an equivalent footprint in terms of square feet of impervious surfaces.
Okay.
Should I keep going? Or?
Yes, please.
Oh, okay, great. So for performance standard number 5, I would like to strongly advocate that we change this performance standard to eliminate any new installation of underground waste management or septic systems for homes within the land subject to coastal storm flowage and the buffer zone. I think any permissible activity within the floodplain relating to septic systems or cesspools would be for removal only, and that all upgrades or maintenance installations would require above-ground composting toilet systems or urine diversion systems. Performance standard is greatly substantiated by the data and observed impacts we see to Mashpee water quality from underground septic systems and more frequent flooding events. We can certainly supplement this with citations and additional resources for homeowners. And I will say that I was in attendance at the annual meeting this past weekend of the Save Mashpee Wakeby Pond Alliance nonprofit, and they had a presentation there on nutrient levels in Mashpee Wakeby Pond with correlations in terms of management recommendations to septic systems and waste. And they also had a gentleman there presenting on a particular configuration of urine diversion toilets with really concrete information on cost, install time, different, state incentives, that sort of thing. And I am aware that a while ago, the town of Mashpee was offering a cash incentive for an upgrade to these types of systems, and I believe the response was really low. So I do think there's precedent locally. I do think there is, corroboration within local groups, collecting data, doing information, and I would strongly advocate for us to consider that while we're making revisions. Performance standard number 6, I would like to see the regulation reference the projected rate of sea level rise by current climate science data rather than using the historical rate of sea level rise in Massachusetts. Sea level rise, as we know, is exponential rather than linear, and the historical rate that is noted is vastly insufficient for planning purposes. So I would put forth that we can use a rate of 4 feet sea level rise by the year 2100, which is the average across several sources. Some of the ones that I consulted, again, the Cape Cod Commission has a sea level rise viewer, NOAA has a sea level rise viewer, the 5th National Climate Assessment has sea level rise data. We can also work very quickly to find a more specific rate that's relevant to the southern coast of Cape Cod and provide a citation for homeowners to get more information. And I am awaiting correspondence from 2 colleagues and researchers at the Northeast Climate Adaptation Science Center who would be best equipped to provide that exact citation and some of those figures. So as soon as I hear back from that, I'll pass it on to you, Paul, and the conservation staff.
Great.
So for performance standard number 7, I would advocate that we define permissible walls within land subject to coastal storm flowage. The other walls stated in the regulation, I would defer to Commissioner Cook's expertise to provide functional examples for the engineers and homeowners. Some of the ones that I've heard suggested in public hearings thus far are using pilings or breakaway plywood walls. I would also like to reinstate that the text proposed for removal in performance standards number 11 and 12 be reinstated. It's my understanding that the sole purpose for removing that from the text of the regulation has to do with enforcement capacity on behalf of the Conservation Department. However, I do feel that the restrictions are appropriate and important to remain in place. I would also advocate that if additional capacity is needed to enforce the current regulations or any future revisions, that the Commission pursue all avenues to explore securing that additional support on behalf of the Conservation Department rather than loosening the standards in place for robust protection of the resource areas. And I would also challenge the second part of Performance Standard 17 and advocate that we assert the provisions herein do apply within the 150-foot buffer.
Okay. All right, thank you, Sarah.
Good job, Sarah.
I know both Alex and Sandy are on the subcommittee. I don't know if you want to weigh in. I mean, you did weigh in for over a year, so I'm assuming you're okay with.
I get pretty peaked around 10 o'clock at night. I don't want to weigh in.
Okay. I don't think.
I got one thing to weigh in if you wouldn't mind.
Sure, absolutely.
So reading through the performance standards and reading through the whole regulation, there is absolutely a need in this town for change within the flood zone when it comes to regulation. That's not an if, and, or but. Stricter regulations are needed, and drastic times call for drastic measures. I feel that all these performance standards, people can take them as they want, but they do the job that is needed to be done, and that is to reduce the nutrient load and reduce and improve stormwater capacity, recharge rates. I feel that the thing that's lacking within the performance standards is there's no opportunity for creativity or innovation to take place within a property lot. And what I mean by that is that with technology coming out pretty much on a daily, yearly basis, there will be a point in which nitrogen negative or nitrogen neutral will be able to be achieved per individual property lot. So I feel that adding a performance standard into the regulation that says if you achieve nitrogen neutral or nitrogen negative, then you have the ability to apply for a waiver at the Commission's discretion. I think that will create innovation and will give the opportunity for residents to get creative with their properties, with technology or with layouts or with mitigation or with plantings in order to get what they might want at the time. So I think that would be something that could be discussed more, but I think that's a good option.
Like incentivize the creativity.
You're incentivizing it and you're also accommodating for a change in the future. It's going to get to a point. Right now, there is technology out there where you could physically remove phosphorus, nitrogen, nitrate, nitrite, PFAS from the groundwater, all with the same systems. You can do that. That's a reality. So the thing is that we don't have policies in place that utilize that reality, and we also don't have a list of contractors or even a list of technologies that do so. In order to have that come about, we need to have creativity and we need to have innovation within our regulations in order to give the homeowners and the residents the opportunity to reach out to a contractor maybe they never used before who might be outlandish, but their idea is solid. and have that incorporated into their property amongst a project that could also be incorporated into other multitude facets. And if you do have a property that is able to achieve nitrogen negative or achieve nitrogen neutral, then you would have the opportunity to actually make a large difference. Also considering that our town, you are not allowed to water your lawns with town water. You have to have your own well and your own pump in order to do so. That is a lot of straws into the groundwater, and that is a massive opportunity to do something about it with resident support and participation. And I feel giving the residents an onus and opportunity to be a part of the solution will also give them the opportunity to present something that might be costly, but it might be able to get them what they want at the time, while being a massive benefit to the town. And when you consider that collectively, not just one household, that could be a huge benefit to the town, not to mention just also the region and the Cape that we're in. So I think that's good to include in regulations, innovation, and technology, because at the end of the day, if we don't have creativity, then we're not learning anything, and we need to incorporate that into our regulations, I feel. So I feel that that would be a pathway that could be opportunistic for all.
Good points, yeah.
Nice.
Okay. I will go out to the public next, I believe.
Paul, I do have a couple of comments as a member of the subcommittee.
Okay, I'm sorry. You're on.
So I just wanted to touch on the biggest issue that I have, and it was part of my latest comments that were submitted, is in regards to the 150-foot buffer zone to land subject to coastal storm flow. And Sarah had mentioned in her comments that, you know, the sole reason is a lack of staff and a lack of enforcement, but that's not really the sole reason. There's actually a more overarching reason why I'm hesitant to endorse a 150-foot buffer zone to land subject to coastal storm flow. And it's simply put, there are no standards for flood zone X. There are no standards being proposed at the draft level for DEP, and there's never been any standards in our existing regulation. So the reason I mention that is because if you're going to send us out to enforce an area of jurisdiction that doesn't have any standards, you need to come up with standards, because otherwise, what are we going to use to inform and educate property owners within 150 feet of land subject to coastal storm flow? So that's my primary concern, is the absence of performance standards. And if you, just like any other regulation, if you're going to implement it, they have to come with standards, because you can't do enforcement without a baseline of standards to operate on. So I think that needs to be taken into consideration. And I certainly appreciate any advocacy for more staffing, you know, more funding for staffing. And I'll be totally honest and forthcoming with everybody when I say that we're barely able to keep up with the current level of jurisdiction. As you all know, we increased our buffer zone by 50 feet, bringing in a lot more properties within jurisdiction. And with a staff of 2, we do the very best we can with what we have and the resources that we have. And it's great to hear that there will be, you know, advocacy and support from the commission for future staffing levels. But just like, you know, putting in a buffer zone now with a lack of enforcement, when the day comes when we do have more staff, hopefully, you can implement that buffer zone at that time. But to do it now with a true lack of enforcement, I just don't think makes much sense. And I think that goes back to one of Erin's sentiments in her comment letter, is that it's essentially a paper tiger. It's more of a paper tiger when you don't have any standards for flood zone X. So I'll throw that back to the commissioners, because in the absence of standards, I don't see how we can possibly enforce a 150-foot buffer zone to land subject to coastal storm flow. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So now I will go out to the public. Mary Wagon, did you want to comment? Or?
No, I'm here for the John Austin Forest.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry. This was just handed to me off the desk, so I didn't know if you were... anyone that would like to comment further on 25? Yes.
Good evening. John Malloy, nice to see everybody again.
See you.
I'll be brief. Want to thank Steve for meeting with us on Monday. We had a very constructive conversation, went over for about 2 hours or so. So it was a good opportunity to get in the weeds and start to, really, I'll say, discuss some of our real concerns. I think, I appreciate that he sent a memo out after. I think, those were pretty high-level comments for a pretty detailed 2-hour conversation. So we certainly would like, as we said before, the opportunity to discuss this in more detail. We have hired Beals and Thomas, which is a top-notch engineering firm that you may be familiar with, but they're involved in the state level process. I know they comment, they work for municipalities and they work for private entities as well. So we've hired them. We expect to have comments on their review of Reg 25, I believe, in the next 2 to 3 weeks, and we're happy to share some of that feedback with you guys. We had a workshop with the planning board this just a couple of days ago, and I thought it went quite well. I know that we've asked the Conservation Commission for a workshop. Obviously, a workshop is meant to be that. It's a time to sit down. We spent 2 hours plus talking about raise and replace, talking about issues, language, concerns, goals, etc. I thought it was quite productive. I think Mary, who's in the room, I think Mary did as well. We had people from multiple parts of town, and I know we've asked for that before, and I'm asking for that again. We would like to request that we hold a workshop and have a chance to really have a lot of two-way dialogue. I thought it was really productive. There were a lot of good ideas bandied about. And we would like to ask again that you consider having a workshop with the community, not just PBA. It was people from all over town. And lastly, of course, we'd like you to wait for the DE process to run its course. I understand that, and I've read what the DEP put together. I know that there are folks on the Conservation Commission board here that haven't even read that. There's a lot in that. There's a lot of work that's been done. I think there's a lot to be learned from that. I don't know if there's an abbreviated version or something that could be shared with folks, but I think it's important that we all look at that and discuss some of that. I think some of the feedback that certainly Steve heard on Monday was tied to some of the level of detail. When you look at the DEP process or their write-up, it's over 100 pages compared to 5. There's a lot more detail around what happens in a velocity zone versus coastal A, et cetera, that really matter to people, that really matter to the community. So again, we'd love to have a workshop, and we'd like to consider, again, waiting for DEP.
Thank you. Anyone else? I guess we're set. Okay. Let's move on for the interest of time. Next on our agenda is the DEP on-site appointment for superseding order of conditions at 84 Punkhorn Point. Agent to provide updates. So Drew, I think you've got this one, right?
Yes. So we had the on-site with DEP, the reviewer, Brittany McLeave, I think was her name. The abutter was there. This took place at the homeowner, inside the homeowner's house for 84 Punkhorn Point. So also, comments were taken from all sides. The abutter is Matthew Haney. He owns the salt marsh that abuts the subject property. And he had concerns about the accuracy of the salt marsh delineation, as well as impacts to the flood zone in the event that any of the approved activities, were going to be subject to a flood event, that they may possibly damage the salt marsh. So, like I said, all the comments were submitted to the reviewer. Cape and Islands represented the homeowner to reiterate how the project was presented, how it meets the performance standards. I had mentioned that there was also a putting green that was removed from the original application, because the commission had concerns with that, and justifiably so. So that was also made known during the on-site. And my takeaway is that while the reviewer is going to do their thing, and take all sides into consideration, the the issues raised by the abutter weren't really vetted out as far as, like, for instance, the wetland delineation. He's not a wetland scientist, nor did he bring in any sort of expertise to challenge the wetland delineation. He just felt it wasn't accurate in his own unprofessional opinion. And his speculation about, you know, what was approved, activities approved, minor additions to the house, and then the cabana for the pool patio and some changes to the hardscaping were somehow going to cause damage to the salt marsh in a flood event. So it didn't seem like the concerns were made with merit, nor were they vetted out in any sort of professional capacity. So my gut feeling is that when DEP comes back with a superseding decision, it will be to uphold the Conservation Commission's approval and order of conditions. And I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Did they give you a time frame, Drew, as to when they would issue their decisions?
They see usually about 2 months, I think, is about the average. They don't really commit to a specific timeline just because of their workload, but
Sure.
they did indicate about, a month to 2 months. And this one, because it's a pretty straightforward application and it's approval, and based on, the evidence from the abutter, or lack of evidence, it should be a fairly quick review and turnaround, I would assume.
Okay, thanks.
Sure.
All right, anybody else have questions? We're good? All right, now we come down to our last discussion item, which is the John Austin Forest Trail. A letter from Mr. Clark in regards to some cutting that had taken place and excessive signage, I believe. I have the letter here. I don't need to read that into the record because you're here. So I would have you address us with your concerns, and be more than happy to.
It's just late. Do you mind if we all just come up?
We don't mind. We're good. So for the record, just so we have that.
Your name and your address.
Yeah.
Oh, my name is John Clark. This is my wife, Tara Galvin. We live at 25 Oyster Way in Mashpee.
Okay.
And I'm their longtime friend, Mary Wagon. And you all know me from my work on the planning board, but I'm not representing the planning board tonight.
Right, okay. Great, so,
Did all the commissioners receive a copy of the letter?
yes, they did.
Okay.
And I believe the pictures, we had the link for the pictures that you had
Yes.
sent. Couldn't send the pictures because of the file size, but it was all distributed to the commissioners, the letter itself and the link to the photographs that are on the.
Okay, so that is, they say a picture is worth 1,000 words. The photographs in that letter are very self-explanatory.
Yep.
As I noted in the letter, we came before this board because we were objecting to the expansion of the trails. And the long story short, as the commissioners know, they denied our request to not expand the trails. As I noted in my letter, we discovered that the trail leading to our house from the Mashpee woodlands was blocked by a substantial pile of deadwood. To the point of it was just purely retaliatory for us objecting to what was going on with the trails and for holding members of the town staff accountable because of the way we were treated during that whole process. My wife and I left that meeting very disheartened, but we said, okay, we would move on. We said we had our say, you folks said no. And subsequently, several weeks later, actually back in March, as I mentioned, we discovered the trail leading from our house to the main trail had been blocked. One of our bigger concerns is the amount of deadwood is a fire hazard. It is a threat not only to my home, but to my neighborhood, given the substantial amount of firewood that was piled there. We're not talking about a few sticks here. We're talking about massive logs and stumps and brush. And subsequently, more has been added since we discovered it. We know the Conservation Department is aware of this because they posted a sign saying that the trail was closed. None of that was discussed at the meeting. We weren't told that, oh, we're gonna go around and start closing trails. There was another trail closed deep within John Austin Forest that had a sign on it. It had 4 logs across it. If that was what was done to the trail leading from our house, we wouldn't even be sitting here, we wouldn't have sat here for 3 hours. This wouldn't be an issue. Somebody did not like us objecting to what we objected to. Now, we understand that this is town land, but that trail from our house has existed for 38 years. It's been there ever since the house was built. We cannot understand why this was done, why that trail was deliberately blocked in such a manner. I mean, I don't want to be crude here, but basically it was a raised middle finger towards my wife and I. We feel we were targeted.
Okay, Hank, can I say something?
Sure.
I think when we approved the trail, it was with the condition that your trail would be closed. We had discussed it that night and had said, okay, well, no other accessory trails. This was to be the only trail. And typically, when you are building a trail where there is downwood, you do take those and put them on the trails that you're trying to close. Like, that is like common practice. And the third point I want to just touch on is logs that are on the ground are not a fire hazard. I will go on the record and say it. They are decaying and wet and in touch with the ground. When dead wood becomes a fire hazard is when they are dead and leaning. Are you a firefighter?
I am.
Okay, I might have you weigh in on this in a second. But in my experience with managing land, especially for fire issues, when you have a tree leaning, that can be a ladder for the fire to go up into the canopy. That's when you have an issue. When it is dead and down on the ground, it's not. It's decaying. Yes. Could it burn? Sure, but I mean that's when it's in the shade like that. Like that's not causing. That's not an excess fire hazard. You want dead, down, woody debris in healthy woods. Like that is like a part of a healthy wood fire or forest management plan. It's also a part of like climate smart management plans because it's storing carbon. It's a carbon pool in the ground. So there's a lot of reasons why you keep dead wood on the ground in woods. I can see how it would feel targeted, and I do recall us talking about closing that trail.
We were not informed of that.
You were there. It was
You
with
remember
you
them
in
talking
the
about
meeting.
Not closing the trail, we were told there would be a sign, and there was talk about maybe blocking the entrance, but not covering the whole trail. We have no access anymore. My access to the trail is totally blocked.
From your like your private access from your house. Yes. Yes.
Yes.
We're talking
we
a
have-
stretch of wood that's piled that's probably about 40 to 50 feet long. I mean, they literally piled a long pile.
And if that was the,
I mean,
if
can you pass
that's
this
the
along?
practice, why was the other trail not treated the same?
Because we had discussed about closing your trail specifically. I mean, I don't know, Dan. do you
So
have anything?
what happened here, when the trail was originally installed,
Trail, or
the new trail, when the new trail was originally installed, what happened was I told New England Mountain Bike Club to keep it open. I said, don't bother closing it, there's no need. You know, there was no.
the access way
Yes,
to our
yes, sir.
property.
Yes, ma'am. So then what happened was that a large group went through that trail and went to the original trail proposal that is along the property lines. And they used that for walking. And then they told me about this, and I said, put some brush in the trail, just like it is at the second one there, where there's logs about 2 feet, maybe 1.5 feet apart. And then the next day, those were all removed. So then I said, brush it out. You can brush it out to stop it. And then I put the signs up that they're in restoration, and there was no more traffic in there. The group stopped using it. They didn't use it anymore. So it just kind of stayed like that for, I don't know, maybe a month, a little over a month now. So that was what happened. There was no malice, no ill intent. There was no spite, anything of that nature. I was trying to make everything okay by keeping the trail open so you could have access. And then coincidentally, there was a group.
I don't understand, why did it go from just logs to, say that again?
Because they were moving all the debris.
to the debris, but then it totally blocked access, so.
The walkers were coming and removing all the debris in the trail and then walking through the trail anyway. And that happened twice, where the debris was taken out of the trail and people were
So
walking there.
other people, 'cause-
Yes, yes.
So now we just can't access it.
But
okay.
catch 22, if other people were walking onto your property, you would have been here tonight complaining about that. So I decided to have that trail closed off to stop the large groups that were using that trail. And it worked the second time that it was installed. It was not uninstalled since then. Up until that point, the only notice I got that it was a concern was this letter, once it was reached to the chair. So that is what happened. It was not malice, it was not ill intent,
Well,
anything of
I
that.
hope you can understand why it's perceived that way, why it's been received like that. We had no idea that you were closing that trail. I know you say we discussed it. We only, my recollection is that we talked about at the end of the trail where it met the Burnsy Trail.
Yes.
That was gonna have something blocking it with signage, not the rest of the
So,
pathway
yeah,
towards
because we
our
had talked
property.
about how
I'm
yours-
just saying, that's not my understanding that I
Yeah,
walked
and I
away
think that was like how we had made the motion even, was for your trail to be closed, because even though it had been there for 38 years, the only way that a trail stays there for 38 years is if you're actively clipping it or walking it or maintaining it.
I
And-
walked it almost every day, and then now it's gone.
Right.
Well, not
And-
quite, but the point is, and I heard you say this, once a trail is, I heard you say this at a meeting.
Yeah.
Once a trail is put in, it's very difficult to eradicate.
You need that amount of slash to get it closed, because it's impossible.
But it's not closing the entire trail. I mean, it's just saying you can now no longer access Mashpee woodlands. That was the message we received.
Understood, but the message, the intention was for the access to be blocked going onto that trail from the existing trail. It wasn't meant as any spite or hospice
So what
towards
can we
you.
do? Because we would like access from the same access. We have nothing to do with
Mm-hmm.
these people who are moving debris. Are they moving the trail that's blocked with 4 logs?
They
Are
were, yes.
moving the logs?
Yes, they were. So that was why this came about.
So
So
there was 4 logs on the end of the trail, as I said.
there was
we
4
would-
logs
we had-
there with brush. There was 4 logs there with brush filled into all the spaces originally. And instead of them picking up the 10-foot long logs, they just took the brush away so they could step their feet in between them. So
So then it begs the question, what's going to be done about this?
I can take the debris out if the commission deems fit. That's not a problem for me. If it's going to be only you accessing the trail, though it is an illegal trail, I'm not going to get into that. But the point is, if you called my phone and said that, I would have been out there that day to remove it.
If we had called and said,
That there's a blockage on the trail and the trail was not discussed within the trail proposal. I would have explained exactly what I did right now, and I would have gone out that day, and I would have moved it just enough so you can get by.
So why was it necessary to put a sign there?
Because they were moving the logs. So when I have issues like this, I will put up restoration signs, whether it's a restoration or not, to make them feel bad about destroying a restoration if they want to move the stuff. Now, does it always work? No. In this case, it does. Over at Santuit Pond, it works quite a bit as well. So that is why I put the restoration sign up. I don't want to put blocked, no entrance, because when you tell people no, they are far more likely to do it anyway out of whatever their reasoning is. When you tell them it's a restoration for the betterment of the environment and the property, they're more likely just to let it be.
That's fair, like, that's
So.
fair practice. That's common practice for land management, absolutely.
So that is where this was coming from. I'm sorry that you feel that way. I honestly am. When this letter came in, I
it
knew
was just a total shock for us. We had no idea it was going on. So for me to go out and then
Mm-hmm.
not even be able to make my way.
No, I understand. When I got this letter, I knew
Right.
exactly what was going on, like how you were feeling and what you were thinking. I was like, and that's quite frankly on me. But the trail this was done because of the large amount. It was a walking club, essentially, that was just going in there, passing by as they wanted to. They have not done that now at all. So again,
So is there a way to, I don't know, that we'll be able to use our
Well,
access
Yes, I would-
without having to deal with?
Yeah, I haven't had anything in about a month and a half now, a little under a month and a half. So I would imagine that they have already gotten the track, that's the deal. So yes, I have no issues with removing the debris there for you
We'd
to access it.
appreciate- Yeah,
So.
that would be very much appreciated.
So that does,
Why would you
I would like to
maintain
bring
a
up
trail
a-
to a private property, though?
So,
Yeah, I have a comment if it's okay. First of all, I completely agree with Alex in terms of, dead and down debris being very beneficial for a forest ecosystem and not a fire hazard. And one of the many challenges that we experience when it comes to management of our conservation lands are these trails that lead to private properties.
Right.
And it's always been the protocol of, the Conservation Department and previous commissions, who've weighed in on trail work and management of conservation lands, that trails that lead to private properties in town-owned conservation lands should be eliminated because there's public access established for these places. And if we establish a precedent that it's okay for a trail to exist, even if it's not created by the current property owner, it's basically saying that every other property owner can start to create their own trails and start to alter habitat on conservation land. And under our Chapter 173 Conservation Land Bylaw, that is prohibited. So if we discover trails that lead to private properties, regardless of how they were established, the first protocol is to eliminate them. For that very reason, because it establishes a very dangerous precedent to say it's okay to keep using that trail from private property into town-owned conservation lands when there is available public parking. It's not as convenient as walking out your backyard, but you understand the kind of precedent that the commission can establish by saying it's okay and you can keep your trail. That would mean we'd have to do the same thing for every other person who's created a trail into conservation lands, and there are dozens. It's a hard thing to control, but I certainly don't recommend advocating and allowing those trails to exist, because that's very counterproductive to the whole purpose of conservation land and reducing impact to conservation land.
Well,
So,
okay.
If I could add on to Drew and Alex as far as the fire hazard, it's not like it's seasoned firewood that's there. It's not dry. It's wood that's been in the woods and it's either rotting, it's very wet. Like, you try to light a fire or wet wood, it's not gonna go up very, it's just gonna smolder. So, the concern as far as a fire hazard probably isn't really that high with the dead wood there.
Well, not according to the research that I did. Because I went and did some research, and my understanding is anytime you have, the research says when you stack any firewood, it does have the potential.
I'm not saying it doesn't have the potential. I'm just saying it's not like you went to not a lumberyard, but you went somewhere and bought a quart of seasoned firewood. It's been dry. It's gonna go up fairly easy. But if you have wood or logs that have been in the woods for years, that have been cut down, they're rotted, they're moist, the likelihood of them catching fire as opposed to, seasoned is significantly higher.
Well, part of what my understanding was that NEMBA was gonna go in and clear a new trail. And they were gonna and I specifically remember on the site visit asking, and what happens with the stuff you're cutting down? They were gonna pack it out.
They weren't cutting down trees to create the trail, though.
Where is all that from?
Well, they actually did mark trees to be cut down,
They
and
did
trees
mark
did
trees
get
to
cut
be
down,
cut
dead
down.
trees, dead trees.
oh, yes, there was some dead trees on the trail that were requested to be cut down by a resident, yes.
So then debris shows up on this pathway that we've used, and not on anybody else's. So I guess the question is, are we then filling in has everybody else's pathways from their houses come?
Does the town want to go down that slippery slope?
I understand what you're saying.
Yes.
I do constantly close trails on properties. I had to remove a 2x12 bridge the other day installed over a river on town property that someone made a trail to
we're
get to.
talking like the
No, I
bike
understand, but
pathway
they
that's
started
been-
that bridge because
Yeah.
they already had a trail developed there for about 2 or 3 years. And then the bridge came because they had that access. So when I do find trails like this, I do shut them down. It's vastly difficult to shut them down. It's vastly difficult to keep them shut down. It truly is. But that is the thing, as Drew said, it is a precedent thing, so.
Well, let me bring it to my final point here.
Mhm.
So when you look at this pile of wood, debris, it's disgusting. It looks terrible. Not only that, we have all these signs, not just the temporary signs, but these permanent signs that are starting to pop up everywhere. Why do we need these signs? I got an app on my phone that tells me where to go on the trails. It's like, it's taken away from the nature preserve doing all this signage. Not to mention, like I said, they're piling all this dead wood. It just looks awful. It doesn't look like nature anymore.
Okay, so I'm going to weigh in here because I do this, right, for work. I manage land. First of all, our woods are supposed to have downed wood.
If you had stepped foot here 500 years ago, there would have been down wood everywhere. Our puritanical lifestyles, we like things neat and orderly. Woods are not that. They are supposed to have downed woody debris. It's habitat. It's a boon to the habitat. It's a boon to the carbon sink. It's supposed to be that way, first of all. Second of all, signage is imperative to letting people know that they are in the place that they are allowed to be. Not everybody goes to the woods like you or I might and are like, oh yeah, this is a trail, I can be here. Signage is the great equalizer in inviting people onto the lands and letting them know that they are in the right place. It is essential to conservation areas to have signage to let hikers know they're in the right place.
I agree. But do we need to mark every trail with a sign?
Yes, I would argue we do.
So, Mr. Chairman, so, you know, I really have felt John and Tara's pain through this. They have asked me for advice throughout this whole process. I told them to ask for, you know, they were concerned about a new trail being done and advertised and people coming through. And I think I did, John, in a conversation, say, well, why don't you ask them to block, and you know, because, why? Because I go on nature trails all the time, and there'll be a little sign that says, this trail leads to a private property. Please respect, you know, our privacy. That's what I was thinking. I wasn't thinking that a trail to their house would get blocked off like this. And, you know, the trail's already established.
It's an illegal trail, though.
It's an illegal trail.
It's a pathway, just like
Yeah, but it's illegal. So that's what Drew is
Then
saying.
there's
ours is
many
the only one
illegal
that's been
trails.
Well,
blocked.
that's fine. And
We're
they're
trying to address all of them.
Right.
But you've
so
done,
it's-
you've
they're
gone
not just
above and
picking on you.
beyond on this trail. And I think that if this household didn't come forward and say something about these, this would have never happened to that trail.
Well,
I think it's, I agree with them. I think that this feels targeted. I'm really upset that this happened to people who are good citizens, year-round citizens, raise their families here. I've never heard of that. And well, whoever did that to their trail, knowing that that trail was precious to them, and they had publicly commented that the trail was precious to them, and yet this went forward.
Yeah.
And this doesn't help me, you know, get conservation land, get support from residents, not a bike club, but residents for things like this. There is a subdivision in front of the planning board, and they have 50% open space. I was gonna encourage them to give it to the town. But now I understand why they're gonna keep it in their own association. I'm sorry, but I think you guys should let this go and clear that trail, block it at the end, so that this household who's been using it for all these years can still continue.
Well, the process for whatever the commission will do rests in Chapter 173 with the one and only bylaw that we have in 173. So it would be the commission that would have to look at this as an agenda item, discuss it, entertain a motion as to what they want to do with it, whether to clear it, leave it, whatever, and let the commission decide. I mean, that's process. For us to sit here, and we could sit here for another hour and say, what about this? Can we do that? Can we do? In the end, it is the commission that has to decide. And we do have a quorum here tonight, but we do not have this on the agenda as a voting item, so we'd be subject to open meeting law. But I would certainly place this on the agenda for our next meeting, a discussion of this particular trail as it relates to the bylaw for Chapter 173. And, I mean, if we're going to address it, it needs to be addressed correctly, with the correct process by a majority vote of the commission. I believe that's the only way to handle it, so that the outcome is sustainable.
There's been no petition, so it has nothing to do with drawing.
So my concern here is that you're gonna have no choice but to adhere to the letter of the law and basically say, tough luck. I mean, I'm just being frank here, so I guess my question to you is, we've made our concerns known, we're gonna leave the room and we're never gonna come back in here and have a discussion about it again. And whatever you folks decide to do, it's whatever you folks decide to do.
It will be a decision based on the bylaw, on the process. I mean, that's what it has to be.
Well, what I'm saying is don't even put it on the agenda.
Well, that's my call
Okay,
as chair.
okay,
Yep.
all right.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, moving on, we have a lot of updates, but it's awful late, so if it's something that's extremely urgent, I'll entertain it, but if not, I would entertain a
Dying of
motion
a headache.
for adjournment.
Yeah, I'll make a motion to adjourn.
Okay?
I'm sorry, Dan, I didn't even give you a chance to say if there was anything you really wanted to tell us from the updates.
No,
Don't
there's
see
nothing.
it. I don't see anything there. That's
Okay.
critical. Second by Sandy. Motion by Alex, second by Sandy. No discussion.
All in favor?
Roll call vote. Alex?
Yes.
Sarah?
Yes.
Sandy?
Yes.
And I vote yes as well. 10:26. I thought we'd get out at 9.
I wanted to just get out before 10:30, but, I mean, we did that, but I won't get home before 10:30.